I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs spoon. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Not the boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. When I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert crumbs slow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama hip, so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
some shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, officer.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, officer.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys today. Thank you all so much for being here. Little Miss Sharon, it's already Friday for Little Miss Sharon and our friend Kylie too. That's awesome. Trishy says I'm jealous. Hey Trishy, good to see you. And hey Lori, so good to see you. Lori and Holly, thank you so much for the super chat. Almost Friday. Oh, I know. TGIF, right? I'm so excited for Friday. And it's going to be a really good show that we're going to have for Night Court. I did a promo, and it was a short because the shorts seem to get a lot of traffic. So I wanted to get a short out. So definitely go check out my shorts. But I'm also going to do a part where I read, and I do a video on me reading the preface to our friend Jennifer Aaron's new book. And it is brilliant, guys. The subject matter is absolutely interesting, thought provoking, and real and raw. And what Jennifer and her daughter had to go through is a harrowing story, but there's also a lot of elements of resilience, of course, and, just how one becomes a warrior, because that's what happens when you are faced with being in a situation where you are fighting someone who is so much bigger and stronger than you are, and there's nothing that you can do about it. And also couple that with the fact that they're supposed to be the ones that are protecting you, but they're the ones that are hurting you. So we have a super special live that I'm going to present tomorrow. I did give, a PDF copy just for Chuchi and our friend Holly to read. And I'm like, hey, can you read this by Friday? But it's a fast read, right? It's 300 pages. And I've looked it over, and of course doing the promo video for it. Um, you know, I've been able to look over it. I haven't read it, but I'm gonna do that tonight after the show, and, I'm excited about it. I'm excited about the, again, subject matter and how it's presented. It's, a traditional, of course, with domestic violence, there's a lot to, the behaviors that are just very, vanilla and common, and, but this is bringing in a whole new element that people don't talk about, and I find it, very interesting that we don't, but of course, there's a lot of stigma attached to it, and there's also shame and blame attached to it, so, I understand why, but also I think it needs to be discussed, so I'm very excited. Again, I'm gonna put together a video, of the preface, so it'll tell about the author and why she's writing the book and what she's hoping to accomplish with the book. And then I'm going to choose a couple of excerpts to discuss, right? So I'll be reading those out, but I'm going to get those sent over to her as well for approval. And just, if there's any that she would like read off, or anything that, thought provoking that she wanted to bring up, we're going to do that. Um, so I'm excited. I'm really excited for it. It is going to be a great conversation. And if you're a survivor too, a warrior, definitely come in and talk with us and tell the chat about your experience. We never know who's in the bushes and who is going to listen on the replay or watch the chat replay and identify with something that we've gone through. And so I think it's important to have a safe place to do that. And I think it's an amazing thing when someone can articulate what they've gone through and try to help others. So, big shout out to our friend Jennifer Aaron. Super excited to have her on the show. And Chuchi, thank you so much for being here. Hey, Chuchi, thank you so much. And little Miss Sharon, so good to see you. And Gail is here. Hey, Gail. Yeah, Gail. So, Seclusion Works, I just didn't think it was a good idea to have someone in the chat that was kind of not being truthful with the group. And so, I don't like to say I, like, exiled somebody from the community because that sounds awful, but I just don't want anybody to get hurt, and, you know, I mean, there's a lot of, horrible things that happen in life, and, that really, really happen to us, and I think that we need to be there for each other, but if someone is feigning a situation, it's kinda scary. And I am Gail. Yes, yes, I am. I'm so swamped, but it's a good feeling. I like being busy. I like making content for you guys. Hello, Christmas Swan. But yeah, don't get upset with me or think I'm shunning you if if I don't get back to your email, because 'cause I'm so sorry, guys. It is, tough to get through all of them. Hey, Liberty, good to see you. Uh, watch Netflix. Oh, Little Miss Sharon, was it good? Should I marry a murderer? Are those the ladies that like to date the prisoners? Oh, geez. I don't see why you would ever get yourself in that position, especially with the Red Rum crowd, or the Chester Cheetahs of the world. I saw Seclusion in a different chat last week. I was shocked, but I always question people who go in chats and they go, on and on about how they're sick. Yeah, well, I just don't want anybody to end up sending anybody money or, believing something or I mean, because I was really heartbroken. I'll just be honest, you guys, I care about you guys a lot, and I do think about you guys, especially if you say you have some sort of ailments, or, if you share something in here. Again, we talk about really heavy subjects, but we're a community of people that can come together and listen to each other, and where people can feel like they're being seen and heard. And we don't have to make it up. If you're having a good time of it, please tell us that too. It doesn't have to be doom and gloom, but a lot of times when people are going through a rough time, it's nice for some people to talk about it. The internet does give us some not I can't ever say this word, anonymity. Whatever, you're anonymous. Can say that one. You're anonymous, and yeah, it's just a little bit easier to share sometimes like that. Um, and then to have a forum for us to speak about things. So I just don't want anybody to get hurt. And I don't wish anything bad on Seclusion Works. And I hope everything always works out for that person. Um, again, I texted that person with the number they gave me, and they never texted me back. And it was like someone coming back from, so I just kind of, I don't know, our friend Seclusion turned into a zombie, I suppose. But no hard feelings. So, yeah, I know. Yeah, well, and Seclusion had some great theories, Liberty. No one's perfect. Little Miss Sharon, thank you so much. Justice for Sebastian and Seth. That's right. That's right. It's crazy how much litigation there has been, civil litigation that is, versus criminal type that we would expect in this case. But we've never seen anything really take off, have we? Hello, Bo. Good to see you. IML is here. Hey, IML. And Trishy, good to see you again, Trishy. Valley Gal, hello. And Love Mama Love is here. Hello, Love Mama Love. And Lori, hey, Lori. And Marion is here. Good to see you guys. I hope I didn't miss anybody. If I did, holler at me. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats. So good to see you. And then didn't I have a shout out? Did I shout out? Ugh, I just get into talking and I just lose my place. Okay, no, I didn't. I didn't pass by yet. All right. So good to see you, Coffee Crime and Cats. Let's see. And Witchy Mama is here. Hey, Witchy Mama. And Sammy, good evening. Good evening, Sammy and Holly. And here we are. Here's Trishy. Trishy's been a member for 11 months. Big hugs to you too, Trishy. And Trishy says, "Big hugs, lady. Missed ya." Girl, I'm telling you, I had a great time, but I am feeling it, afterwards. But it was a good time. And thank you again, Holly S. Fish sticks. Aw. Thank you, Lori. Thank you so much. And it's Friday for Little Miss Sharon. Good to see you, Shadow. Hello, Shadow. And Cinderella is here. Well, so good to see you guys. Hey, happy holidays. Thank you, Witchy Mama. Thank you so much. That's right, guys. So, National DV Hotline, they even have a text part. So if you just go there really quick, and you can go in an incognito window, please. So that way, nobody can see what you're searching for later on. If they decide to go through your phone or something like that. And you can text all the information. I know there's some apps out there that are really private, like how Chris Watts used the calculator app. And I think that would be a good idea too for us to promote that, because that way, if you do anything like the text option, it'll be all encrypted in like a different folder where they can't find it, hopefully. Couponing, so good to see you. Hey, Couponing. I took the week off of sleuthing, not super, not nothing super this past week. Well, I'll tell you, I'm glad that you took some time off. It's so nice to take a time off, but then you're going, oh my gosh, I am so behind, right? And then you're just like gulping down information. So well, I'm glad. I hope you had a relaxing time off couponing because you are a super sleuth. Thank you, Gail. Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned something here though, because I should have said something. The only reason I didn't is because I didn't want to make anybody feel bad. Like, I mean, but I know that's probably awkward for people to be like, oh my gosh, hello. We thought you had left us. I thought she was fighting the good fight for Sebastian in heaven, like Tony. Gigi, so good to see you. Hey, Gigi. Yeah, Lori, it hurt people's feelings. Like, because I really thought it was the end. The ventilator stuff is always, a bad place to be. I don't think so, Christmas Swan. I haven't heard anything solid that suggests that they moved away. I guess I should have went past their house. No, I actually already got enough information that I needed for the time being. I did take a gander around the anniversary of Sebastian going missing and of the 2 year of the neighborhood in the dark. So I don't know. Um Last time I was in Hendersonville, I went over to the Texas Roadhouse area and peeped the scene over there. So her friend's a cat. That's funny. She's got 9 lives, Sammy. That's what I think of for myself. I almost said I thought you passed, but I refrained. Gail. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And I don't gosh, I just thought because I know there's been a lot of people that have passed away, and that's sad. So after midnight, cones a DV resource. Okay, at after midnight cones. All right. Thank you, couponing. And yeah, mods, if you ever find any good resources, feel free to, put them in the chat. You guys have wrenches, so um I trust you guys. So, all right. So I want to show you guys a couple of videos and just bear with me here on this because we're gonna watch one from let's see. I just want to give you guys an idea of when I did these videos. So this was October 10th. So we're looking at October 10th. Last night we went over some of Betty's stuff, but I also want to bring it back because I got Spirit Seeker Squad in the great video that she put with the timestamps and all of that. So we're going to deep dive into Betty tonight again with this because the reason that she's now serving them with these documents and trying to civilly sue them is because of what's happening here. After midnight comes. Thank you, couponing. Thank you. And that is a DV resource, guys. So, oh, and really quick. Okay. So, deep breath. All right. So, some shit popped off earlier today. Like about, I don't know. Shit popped off probably 3 hours ago. And there was a decision for the white boy lockdown radio and JLR. Apparently JLR, served paperwork to WB, we'll just call him WB, to the WB for coming to his house during the protest thing that he did with Nerdy Addict, right? So it was like the two of them and a mannequin, right? And then I'm just reporting on what fucking happened, okay? Night court, I'm just saying what happened. And thank you, Holly. Mandy is amazing. I love her so much. She's the best. Um, oh, great, Gigi. Yeah, this is just gonna be I just figured if I'm going live and I knew about it, I better address it. And plus, Chronicles of the Shady, shout out to Chronicles of the Shady. I really appreciate that creator. I like them. And but they had commented, that they had supported me getting the restraining order, but not so much when JLR got it. And I will address the comment, when I do the live about it. I'll probably do it tomorrow during the day. I was going to go live today, but it just didn't end up happening because I wanted to make sure I read the book for tomorrow night. uh, and it's also Villain Syndrome is the book that I'm referring to. Hello. But then, it was brought to my attention that there was a that there was a comment, that Shady had made about me, which that's fine. Um, I do disagree a little bit about just the fact that I don't think that well, let me just back up. I'll say the moral of the story here is that we don't need to be showing up to each other's houses and harassing each other. And if he didn't learn that the first time, and then the second time with the Arizona restraining order, and now with JLR, I don't know when he will learn it, but maybe he will after this. I think he, maybe would put that together. Um, and I that's all I could really say about that piece to it, because I know, like, I'm sorry, but when you look at the way, like, the size of him, he's intimidating, and I don't maybe he doesn't realize that, maybe he does. Hey, Bluegrass Meadows, good to see you. Holly, I don't know what to do anymore about it. Like, I'm like, do I say anything or let it go? But I mean, it is a big topic of conversation, right? I'm like, this shit's popping off. Lori, it's like, you know, well, and I mean, the judge straight up told him in my case, like, "You took it too far, sir. You should have never done that to her," and went to her home and did that to her, and he just put it very, like, matter of fact, and things like that. So it's not like, it's not like he was speaking in code or anything. He was just flat out saying, "Hey, um, you just can't be doing that, right? It's not okay." And again, I think maybe he doesn't realize, like, how intimidating he is, but, like, JLR is, I think he's small. I don't I don't know. I'm just, taking a wild guess. I've never seen him in person. But I have seen, the other guy in person. Um Yeah, I mean, the thing is that he's got at some point you have to realize that you're the common denominator in the situation. And that's the way I see it from my perspective. So I appreciate Shady, not saying that mine was frivolous, because it really wasn't. Again, he is intimidating. His ears are that's not nice. But I'm serious, like, he's a big guy. Like, and he also, could obviously overpower me, and with his history, of, and that's what's very, I guess, maybe ironic. And I'm not going to say I fault anything. As a matter of fact, I did grab a link that I saw floating around, for Justice for Magnolia. So I posted it. If you feel so inclined and you read the petition and you want to sign it, please do. I stand up for victims of domestic violence. Do I like Magnolia as a person? I don't know, because I don't know her. Do I like some of the behaviors that I've heard that she's, carried out? Nah, not really. I don't care for it, but again, multiple things can be true at the same time, guys. And I think that we have to look at these big situations when there's many factors, and we need to, examine each situation, a little more objectively. It doesn't matter who I like or dislike. Do I like JLR? Hell no. Do I think justice needs to be served for Magnolia? Fuck yeah. Nobody should ever do what he did to her. He could have done worse. So, yeah, no, I will always, always, always stand up for someone in that situation. So when I look at one situation and I see Magnolia, I'm standing up for Magnolia, whether I like her or not. When I see a situation where, this guy has 3 different times, gotten an RO because from a fellow YouTuber, so it's like workplace violence at this point. Even though there hasn't been anything like that. Did he kick the door? I don't know. I haven't done enough research on it, to be honest with you. But I just wanted to kind of set the record straight for my opinion. Um, and we all have that right to voice our opinions. It's when you go too far and you intimidate and go, and are so aggressive with people. That's another thing. I don't know if he realizes how aggressive how aggressive he seems or comes off. Um, yeah. And Coffee Creme and Cats, I can't even say you're wrong. He knows exactly that he's like that. My husband is a freaking gorilla and knows it. I do say the gorilla it's okay, that's the way I look at it. I'm like, "Oh my god, he's huge," compared to me. So he's actually docile as a mouse, but looks intimidating. That's how a lot of the really big guys are. Like, usually it's the small guys that have the little man syndrome that are, like, very yappy, and, it's like you just kinda creepy and scary, but, yeah, like, so that does surprise me because usually, like, the small guys are the Napoleon complex, but, um, I don't know. Yeah, he is rude, Lori, and the thing is that, there's only so much that you can do when it comes to your spouse. So again, I don't know what to think or say, but it's gotta be stressful, and I would hope that he would just learn his lesson and just not show up to their house. To my understanding, it's a 2-year RO, and it was granted for 2 years. So just, and I'm not even sure how long the Arizona RO was. I'm not sure, but I would hope, especially since it's a female, um, you know, that they would do it for a substantial amount of time because it makes me feel safe. I know it's just a piece of paper, but it does make me feel safe. Um, so I know, Lori, that's what's wild to me. It's just wild to me because usually the big guys are super sweet and like they're protective of like women, you know what I mean? So, and then for him to act like he's just like this advocate for Magnolia is very strange for me. But again, I think she needs people. So it's a double-edged sword of sorts. But who am I to judge it? I'm just saying, in regards to the situation, I think that, he is intimidating and JLR is like a little mannequin-sized little man. And, I mean, and let's be honest, he's a coward. He obviously hits women. He obviously thinks it's okay to, treat women like, like crap. I mean, we heard from his girlfriends and we talked about it here. He needs to treat people better. He treats people like they're a commodity. He uses victims' identities. He's inserted himself in cases. It's like the list goes on and on and on. And there's just not a whole lot that um, can be said positive about somebody who does that. I mean, I think it's really creepy. And again, it's not something that I really would follow with Jonathan Lee Riches because I would just unsubscribe from him, which I have. And so That's kind of where I'm at with it. Um, but again, I do think that, white boy needs to realize that he isn't coming off intimidating to people, and they're obviously afraid of him, so he probably should, um, understand that and maybe get some counseling or something like that that will help him, realize, and be more self-aware, of what he's presenting. Um, you know, so that's really all I'll say about that. But I'll read the comment. We'll go over it in another live. But I did at least just want just want to say that. You said the judge wasn't talking in code, but listening to White Boy afterwards, it was my strong opinion that the judge might as well have been talking in Mandarin because someone did not have the same facts. Well, okay, Sammy, the thing is, you know, I mean, in my case, like in my case, the judge like absolutely was cut and dry with him and very, straightforward. Like the reason why I'm granting this, because look, guys, we have the constitutional right. Obviously, Sammy, you know this, but um, you know, constitutional rights are a big thing and they can't be violated, and they're not really up for negotiation, right? So with that, First Amendment rights, if I was to just go to the judge and say, golly, I'm scared of him because he's been saying some weird stuff about me, it would take more for me to get the order of protection. I mean, if he was really going, batshit on me, really going at it, then I'm sure there would be some sort of, situation where I could win in that situation. But when he comes to someone's residence and he's acting so strange as he does, like again, I don't know that he understands how weird he is. But to give, my picture to a man at Walmart and tell them that I like to run around with any not, without pants on, um, that is strange behavior. That is very, very strange behavior. And people are taken back by it, and people are like, "Wow, that's weird." Like the judge just really thought he was weird for that, and everybody thought it was weird except for him and Noelle. They just sat there like they were in the correct. But they do that, and then on top of it, it's a very delusional cycle of thinking because both of them think that they're in the right, and um that's where, like you're saying, the judge might as well speak in Mandarin to them because they're not listening, and they think that they want to think that they won a situation. But the only true way to win this situation is if they stop what they're doing and go on about their lives without harassing and stalking people, because it creeps the way that they do it is very creepy, and they don't understand. I don't think they're understanding that. Like, even Noelle, even though she is, like, super thin and I'm a very muscular girl, I'm still, like, it's creepy that I mean, she had people sending me emails talking about how she's a boxer and a fighter, and she's gonna do this and that and this to me. Like, that takes a whole 'nother level of crazy. It's a whole 'nother level. You ever see that guy? He's hilarious, that black guy that's on, I think it's, Saturday Night Live. A whole 'nother level. He does it every single, and they egg each other on. She was the one that got in trouble and had to leave the court the last time. It's my understanding that they kicked her out of court this time. I mean, they were threatening to her. He wasn't the one that was acting out of character. She was. Someone in prison 50 to life for a homicides. Same guy ended up trading shoes with my son the night before my son disappeared, and has answers but won't speak up. Yeah, Christmas Swan, I'm so sorry. Yeah, but they think that they're in the right. which sucks because, you know, then it's just going to continue to go on. And it's not a fun situation to be in. I was in the situation with the two of them. I think so too, Holly. I think someone is going to get hurt eventually in a situation. And, you know, it's too much of the back and forth. And it's really not necessary. There's tons of things that we could be talking about other than each other. Unfortunately, that does bring in a lot of views when we talk about each other. And I think that we all need to do better when it comes to that because somebody is going to get hurt. And when they do, it's going to be like everybody's going to be upset about it. But I mean, that's the result. So don't be shocked. And people need to stop perpetuating it. None of those people are his friends that are telling them, or Noel that are telling them that they're doing a good job, because they're not. They're failing miserably. And anybody that's applauding them and egging them on is not their friend. As a matter of fact, it's the complete opposite. Well, and you know, Holly, it was amazing to me that they felt like they could come onto private property and do something like that. Like if I had known about it as it was happening, I would have called the police right then and there, you know? So when JLR got off of his live, I mean, I can't blame him for doing that. I mean, contrary to his other situation that I unequivocally don't agree with, or the type of person he is, or any of that, like, you know, not a fan at all. But he came there and was doing that. And, you know, the scary part is that he's filming himself. There are people in the chat egging him on, and it's just hate, 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 do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. And that's the most dangerous thing because nobody knows what a person like that with a person that a history like he has is going to do if people are telling him to do something. It can go way too far. And then they all get their gratification and someone ends up hurt and someone loses their dad or their mom or their son or their daughter. It's so immature and it's so sickening. Anybody that applauds that or eggs it on is a part of the problem too. And you know, I have to be informed about his what he's doing and how he's behaving because of my restraining orders that I have on the two of them. I have to be on high alert about how they're behaving because of what I've had to endure from them. And that's what's horrible, you know? So, Susan, I agree with that. They are part of the reason that white boy came after me and his wife. Chris was getting updates and links sent to him when it was happening. So, don't apologize, Christmas Swan. You can say whatever you'd like in the chat anytime you would like. I'm positive he did not. Oh, sorry. Sammy says clarification. I'm positive he did not or choose not to understand what the judge said to them. Shake my head. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I can't really understand this guy, but I will say that, you know, sooner or later he's, you know, these people have to realize that they're helping him screw himself over, and that's not cool either. I mean, I'm kind of baffled about that myself, just watching, like, wow. That guy from Walmart could have come and done who knows what to you. I know, that's what I'm talking about, Holly. Exactly. Yeah, that's the only flyers he was passing out to people, to men. He did not give one single one. It's all on camera. But he did not give one single one to a mom and her kids. And then, you know, all of his little minions were going out there making videos about me talking about hide your kids, you know, which is disgusting and horrible. It's creepy, and the judge also found it to be very odd And he told him that straight up. He's like, that was very strange what you did, sir. You know? Brad, hello, Brad. JLR received a restraining order, I guess it was today, for against White Boy Lockdown Radio. So he won a 2-year restraining order. I don't know what JLR's been up to be honest. I haven't watched him. So, because they have gotten by with what they have done, they think they can do anything they want to. Yeah, I agree with that, Susan. I think that they're very confident. I think that they're very confident. I agree. I'm glad that Betty is taking a stand against what's going on here as well. So I want to show you guys that video. But I did want to address that piece. All right, so this is the one I'm going to start with first. This is from the news.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with a short narrative. I am working on a bigger project, but here is the latest update in the Sebastian Rogers case.
YouTuber Bullhorn Betty is back in court, accused of harassing the family of missing teen Sebastian Rogers.
Today's hearing for Andra Griffin, also known as Bullhorn Betty, just started moments ago before Judge Ron Blanton. I've been listening in. It's following up to another hearing last month where Sebastian Rogers' family accused Griffin of harassing and stalking the missing teen's mom and step-grandparents. Sebastian Rogers disappeared from Hendersonville back in February. Court documents claim Bullhorn Betty violated 3 separate orders of protection by mentioning the family on a live stream. It's also worth noting today's hearing in Sumner County is for Griffin's civil case. A separate criminal case against her will be heard in November. Nicole.
Today is October 10th, 2024, and Sebastian Rogers has been missing for 228 days today. What in the actual fuck, Katie?
All right, guys. What in the actual fuck, Katie? Night court. All right. So, yeah, I think the main issue that I saw with this whole nonsense that we witnessed there is mostly because Chris and Katie turned Sebastian's case into a circus. But not only that, they did not look for Sebastian, and they've been in court more times about frivolous concerns of theirs than they have been for Sebastian. And so that really didn't sit well with me. And it, furthermore, doesn't fit well with me because Chris and Katie have started this circus and they've perpetuated it from the very beginning, in my opinion. And Katie wanted all eyes on her, right? Everything about Katie, what Katie wants, what Katie needs. Katie needs to get her nails done. Katie needs to get, park in the handicap spot. The Queen of Sheba and her potatoes and her fork. It's been ridiculous. So here we go.
A show kind of girl. Don't let the backseat right up the first. There's only 2 types of guys out there. Ones that can hang with me and ones that are scared.
What are you afraid of from Andra Griffin?
What am I directly afraid of, sir? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Well, when you make a video threatening that you want to bring a gun from another state to this state, directly in videos related to me, my wife, my family, that's a threat, plain and simple.
Okay.
She also said she was going to bring a machete for the record.
My professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of Chris and Katie did something to my son. They're using Sumner County to cover it up and to hide themselves from the actual law. It's the evidence. I still believe my son is alive. I still believe he's somewhere. But the fact is that he was at their house last. There is no evidence that he ever left the house. On top of that, I have the DCS reports that I've written, that I have literally took me an attorney to get them. Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two psychopaths. We have we have over 50 people that are working on this case. Just in investigators, FBI. I mean, been working with the FBI. It's how we got a reward out there. Sumner County, the people that are in charge of Sumner County refuse to connect the dots. So we have to go beyond Sumner County. My son is somewhere, and me personally, I believe Katie knows.
You guys sent a very, very professional, independent camera and photographer to cover this court case, a girl by the name of Athena. We found out after the court case was over that Chris looked at her and winked at her in the middle of the trial.
Was flirting.
We've got a real problem with that when there's a missing child.
He's supposed to be married.
Yeah.
Val's not mean anything anymore.
So at the let's talk about this now. What can there's going to be a lot of people watching right now and say, listen, I want to do something. I want to help. What can they do?
A lot of things, Vinny. They can pray. They can continue to spread awareness. They can put flyers up. They can talk about him in a positive way, regardless of which side of the family they support. Because remember, this is about Sebastian. It's not about Seth. It's not about Tony. It's not about Chris and Katie or any of the crazy grandparents. It's not about any of that. This is about Sebastian. And if you are here for Sebastian, your focus should be Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. That's it. Nothing else.
That's right, Tony. That's right, Tony. And thank you, Holly. That's right. Rest in peace, Tony. A good one gone. And that's right. And, you know, it's like that song, Only the Good Die Young. But I'll tell you, you know, it's not even about us crazy ass YouTubers, but Chris and Katie have always been so worried about what we had to say or what even the general public had to say. Let's be honest, guys. The local people think they're just as guilty as we do. Anybody in their right mind with logical thinking knows that they have the answers, that they know what happened. Absolutely. And the way they act is monstrous. 100%.
Absolutely.
He's the one missing. Unfortunately, the judge wanted to sit there and offer his condolences for our loss. My son is missing. I understand that that judge's child passed away, and that made him emotional in this case. Judgment from the judge should have been blind to begin with. He was emotional, and I'm pretty sure my son is lost. He is alive. He is missing. All right, that judge buried their child.
Seth Rogers.
Sebastian is alive.
We're out of time for tonight, but I appreciate it, and we'll stay in contact. Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis.
All right, guys. So prove it, prove it. All right, we're gonna see prove it really soon too. On this next piece, I'm gonna show you guys. And I'm sorry for kind of playing the videos through. I just want to get through these as well, to just kind of illustrate what we're discussing here and what transpired. So that was my interpretation back when I was watching all of this go down, right, and covering it at the time. At the time, I just thought to myself, "Oh my gosh, look at Katie in there just swinging her head around, smiling. Chris is collecting the phones, you know." It was just very reminiscent of situations that I've had to be in court situations where you know that there is an extreme bias. Um, and it's never a good feeling, never a good position to be in. And even more so looking back on it and wondering how Seth must have been feeling having to deal with so much BS when his son is missing, when none of that matters, but Sebastian matters and Sebastian is missing. And where is he? It had to be awful. It had to be completely awful. All right, so let me go ahead and get this up here. I don't know, there's this awkward ad really quick, so I'll just get through that. Um, so now we're going to get into some of what was going on, and I'm going to play some excerpts from Josh at the lab, right? Lab After Dark, I believe, is where this all took place. And Tony Mathis is going to come up on the panel and talk with Josh, right? But I kind of did a mashup, right? And we have also, I want to show you Mandy's handiwork, right? Where she shows us Terry Bowersox in the background. Now, I think that video needs to be sent over to Betty. I'm sure she has it. But if anything, that really does show us with timestamps, receipts on, you know, Mr. Bowersox and Mr. Prove It, maybe didn't bank that the camera was going to pick him up, you know, circling Betty's vehicle. I want to remind everyone, even though Betty was live at that time, that she is like a six, or excuse me, she is like a 5'1" or 2. Betty, please don't get mad at me for saying you're short, but you're little and you know, and you're feisty and you're, you know, big things come in small packages, right? Small but mighty. But so I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is in comparison. And yeah. So for a, a grown ass, a full ass man, a whole man like TB, Terry Bowersox, to be circling a little lady like our bullhorn Betty is ridiculous. I mean, Holly, I mean, I'm 5'6", but geez, you know? And it's just like, that's right, tiny but tough. That's right, Valley Gal, you know? So do not up with BHB. Holly, that's so funny. And that's, you know, that is a good point because I wouldn't want to, you know, fight with BHB. But that's because I love her. And I think, you know, even if I was to disagree, you know, 150% with her on something, it still wouldn't matter. Because hey, I have a lot of friends that I disagree with on stuff and that doesn't matter. Um, I went to jail to see Jack, and that's what told me the traitor. Oh, yeah, Christmas Swan. Yes, yes. I'm sorry, and I do remember you telling me that too. I'm sorry. I know you guys are having other convos in the chat. Um, but yeah, Holly. But yeah, so I mean, it's one of those situations where you know, I just want to kind of put that into perspective because, you know, I've traveled by myself and, you know, there are times where I'm, you know, on high alert, obviously, because I'm out and about. And then when I get to my destination, I'm comfortable. But then when I'm back out in the, you know, by myself, you know, I'm hyper vigilant and I'm looking around and aware of things going on. And so, you know, I just want to put that into perspective for people that Betty was traveling alone. She is a female, and I'm not saying that women are not strong because we are tough as nails, but I just think it's cowardice on his part, and then he thinks that he's so slick that he can say, "Prove it, prove it." Sorry, that's what I hear when I think of Terry Bowersox. Prove it, prove it. All right, here we go.
Also said she was going to bring me my shit there for the record.
Oh, baby, I like it raw. Wu-Tang Killer, the one killer bee, and he ain't gonna kill now. Yeah, baby, I like it raw. Talk that down, pass it all around. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Give me the mic so I can take a away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another Raw Narrative. Today is Friday, October 25th, 2024, and Sebastian Rogers is still missing. He has been missing now for 8 months today. Before we get into today's video, I would like to put a brief disclaimer on today. I know that in the YouTube world, we're all very familiar with terms like allegedly, in my opinion, so on and so forth. Now, silly me, I know I'm a new creator, but I did think that when I put my name out there, and it says right in my screen name or my handle is Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives. So basically a narrative is a story, and it's a story from my point of view. And so I thought that when I put that in my channel name, that people would automatically know that these are all of my opinions. I am in no way, shape, or form connected to, nor am I affiliated with any other channels. I do support certain channels and the content that they put out because I find it to be interesting, intriguing, thought-provoking, and even sometimes controversial. And so I will include those clips in my videos. But just because I put these clips in my videos, that doesn't mean that I am in any way affiliated with these other channels, nor are they affiliated with me. It's just pertaining to the Sebastian Rogers case, and this is the content and the interviews and the opinions of other channels, and if I include them in there, it is just to demonstrate what other people are saying and thinking, because I want you to get the entire picture. As I'm showing you these raw narratives from my point of view, I want you to be able to watch them, and I want you to be able to come up with your own conclusions, ideas, questions, answers, sometimes maybe even solutions. And that's what I think is so valuable about the true crime community, and that's why I show value and I show these clips in my videos, because they're valuable to what I'm trying to portray in these narratives. The way that I'm telling this story is coming from my point of view, but I'm using all of this other content to help you create your own point of view. I see the value in context. I believe that context matters. And so when I take things out of context, I will always show you that I'm doing that with a transition. I try to keep the videos that I make in order. And so I'm not taking something that was said way farther into the interview and attaching it to something just so I can fit my narrative. And I feel very strongly about this because if I'm only showing you a certain tiny clip of something, it can be taken out of context very easily. And so this is the reason why my narratives tend to be a lot longer than most. I know a lot of clip channels will clip these parts in and just make like a 3-minute video, a 5-minute or 10, 20-minute video, which is very digestible and it's easy for everybody to watch quickly. But I'm not so much interested in that aspect as I'm interested in you seeing this full context so that you can make a better informed opinion. I also take this into consideration when I am editing someone else's interview. So if it is a question that can be taken out of context, I will put the interviewer in there and have them ask the question, or I will put it up on the screen. And I believe that that's important because of the person's response to that question, and what their answer is can always be formed differently, and it can be framed out differently depending on what the question actually was. And so I will end up keeping that in there and showing that, so that way you can see what the actual question was versus what the answer was. And I find a lot of value in that as well. We all have the power and the control to run our channels however we see fit to run them. And I don't knock other creators for what they are doing out there. I don't think there is any right or wrong way to cover a case. However, I do think that some of the creators and what I was reading over in the RICO filing have taken things way too far. And I also believe that there are a lot of people out there that are okay with running with false narratives rather than seeking out the truth and trying to decipher what that is based on facts versus something that they heard online. I just want to send out all of my love to all of the new subscribers out there, and then most definitely to anyone out there who has supported me from the beginning and even in the middle of me building this channel. It means the world to me because the community that we have built together is very smart. We are very kind to each other, and we also know how to stand up for ourselves and one another. And in this particular climate, in this case, in this situation, I think that that speaks volumes about what kind of character the people in this community have. And I am just so very grateful.
When our clients come and they're catastrophically injured, when they're overwhelmed financially,
to have all of you here with me. So let's continue with that and let's keep it going. Let's keep the conversations and comments smart, and also let's make sure that we're not showing hate to anybody anywhere. We don't know what others are going through. They don't know what we're going through. This is a very heated discussion in case the subject matter is very grim, especially going into this 8-month mark. And so I would just urge everyone to show compassion and kindness as much as possible. And I will do the same. Let's find Sebastian.
This is when it gets serious. This is raw!
Yeah, baby, I like it raw. I get biggie diggy raw.
It's raw. That's raw. You're gonna kill someone. Madam? Stone cold and it's raw. Oh, fucking hell. Gentlemen! Raw! It's raw. It's raw, yeah?
Yes, chef.
You can be pissed off. You get every fucking right to be pissed off. You know that? Yes?
Yes, chef.
Fucking raw!
I get biggie diggy raw.
Look at that! It's stone cold and it's raw. Then it's pinker than your lipstick. That is raw.
That is raw, chef.
Raw! They went out flipping on the plate because it's so raw. Raw!
Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two psychopaths.
Inside this beautiful neighborhood in Hendersonville, Tennessee, there is an unsolved mystery. It was a Sunday night going into a Monday morning, and 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was supposed to be inside his home sleeping. His mother, Katie Proudfoot, says he went to bed at 9, but was making some noise around 10, including a thud sound. Katie told him to go to sleep. She went to bed at midnight. Then at 6 a.m., Katie woke up. She went to his room to get him ready for school, but Sebastian was gone. She searched the house and he was nowhere to be found. Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, was not home, and Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, was at work about 45 minutes away. Police responded and began trying to figure out what happened. That was February 26, 2024. And as days, weeks, and months have passed, still no sign of Sebastian, no sign of foul play, and no answers about what happened.
YouTuber Bullhorn Betty is back in court accused of harassing the family of missing teen Sebastian Rogers.
Today's hearing for Andrea Griffin, also known as Bullhorn Betty, just started moments ago before Judge Ron Blanton. I've been listening in. It's following up to another hearing last month where Sebastian Rogers' family accused Griffin of harassing and stalking the missing teen's mom and step-grandparents.
It all started when 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared on February 26th. A month later, true crime social media influencer Bullhorn Betty began posting videos about the case. In July, Sebastian's mother filed an order of protection against Betty. The following month, Betty, whose real name is Andrea Griffin, was arrested for violating that order. All of that brings us to today.
Okay, guys, so I just want to go back just a tiny bit here and read you this. 10, there we go. Whoops. Okay, so we have February 26th, Sebastian is reported missing, right? Last time he was seen was at Texas Roadhouse in Hendersonville, Tennessee, leaving with his mother, Katie, February 25th, the night of. Then in March, Bullhorn Betty begins posting videos about Sebastian's case. Okay. And then in July, Sebastian's mother files an order of protection against Betty. She is dangerous, says the mother of missing teen, as she files an order of protection against the YouTuber. Right? So Sumner County, Tennessee, the mother of missing Tennessee teenager Sebastian Rogers said she is being stalked by the YouTuber who is covering the case. That YouTuber, however, claims she is innocent. Okay. So, filed into July. In August, Bullhorn Betty is arrested at Sebastian's prayer vigil. A court hearing is set for August 8th at the Sumner County Courthouse. Bullhorn Betty's YouTube videos will be summarized for the DA's office. Until then, the document said Griffin could not come within 100 feet of Katie or her home. WKRN reached out to Katie Proudfoot for comment, but did not receive a response. Also coming up this month is a prayer vigil for Sebastian on August 24th in Clarksville at 5 p.m. On August 26th, the 6-month mark since Sebastian's disappearance, Seth Rogers and other community members will gather in Sumner County to bring awareness to Sebastian and some of the unanswered questions. Now, this is where she is arrested, okay? So we see how this all has unfolded. Katie does get the restraining order along with Chris, right? We watched that yesterday, and Chris's parents, right? And respectfully, his stepdad, right? Terry Bowersox, and then Maddie Kathy Bowersox, however we want to say her name. As she's listed here, it's Maddie Bowersox in today's paperwork, or, up-to-date paperwork in the lawsuit with Bullhorn Betty. Okay. And so at that vigil, she's arrested. Katie is quoted to say, in part, she threatens us and posts live while driving by our home. She also called the YouTuber dangerous, adding that Griffin has accused the family of harming Sebastian. Quote, she is dangerous and is threatening me and my family's safety and telling her followers to help and do the same, end quote. One statement from Katie read, Griffin told WKRN she had not received the temporary protection order, but said she was innocent of these accusations. Okay, so very interesting, right? Yeah. Yeah, Holly, I was really surprised that they granted Sebastian needed an RO against those people, in my opinion. Well, I agree. And, I agree with Seth. Um, their behavior is screams psychopathy, right? It's like our troll video that we have, dark triad, both of them very dark. And it's something, I guess, of a badge of honor these days, but it's caused quite the circus in Sebastian's case, in my opinion.
All of that brings us to today.
News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry was in the courtroom.
Tensions ran high in the courtroom after the judge ruled in favor of the fourth order of protection against YouTuber Andrew Griffin.
Okay, so the fourth order of protection would have been for Christopher Proudfoot, right? And I just want to go back one little bit here and read this. The petition for an order of protection was filed last week in Sumner County with the sheriff's office. According to that document, Katie claimed that Andrew Griffin, the woman behind the Bullhorn Betty account, is inciting the public and her social media followers to aid in her stalking the Proudfoot family. Okay, here we go.
After the judge ruled in favor of the fourth order of protection against YouTuber Andrew Griffin. This decision comes a month after Griffin was last in court for 3 different order of protections filed against her.
Sebastian Rogers disappeared from Hendersonville back in February. Court documents claim Bullhorn Betty violated 3 separate orders of protection by mentioning the family on a live stream. It's also worth noting today's hearing in Sumner County is for Griffin's civil case. A separate criminal case against her will be heard in November. Nicole.
In today's video, we are going to go over the courtroom drama that has unfolded between the Feet versus BHB. And if you haven't watched the first video, I highly suggest watching that first. That will go over many of the things that transpired up to this point. We're going to do something a little different today. So I'm going to brief commentary right now, and then I'm going to pop in throughout the video with my opinions. But first, I want to go over this video that Spirit Seeker Squad. She is a YouTuber. She's amazing. Definitely go check her out. She put together this video showing what actually happened when BHB encountered Terry Bowersox. Bullhorn Betty was live while in Tennessee on June 25th, 2024. She had been hanging Sebastian Rogers flyers all around town. She pulled over to talk to an officer whom was called to check on her. As they talked, Terry Bowersox drove by. And as we see play out in the video, she includes the date of the live and the timestamp that is being referred to. She also says that she slowed the videos down by about 5 times. And she also makes it very clear that we are watching for Terry Bowersox to come through the first time that he does come through. And as you can see here in the video, he does in fact drive by in the same direction that he does the first time. So she timestamps this. She does say to note where he's driving. Also, I'm asking you to note the timestamp. And then we see him driving by again in the same direction, which leads me to believe, and the only logical conclusion would be that he definitely circled around and drove past her again.
Crazy or not, witches are born on specific dates.
We know exactly when witches are born.
As we're looking at the video and the time stamping, Bullhorn Betty gets back into the car and she is very upset, and rightfully so. Let's watch.
Disgusting and nasty and horrible and evil they are. You know who is causing all the threats in this community for people searching? Chris and Katie Proudfoot and their cohorts. That, my friend, is who is threatening the people of this community that come in.
Okay, guys, and last night, I told you guys when I was watching this just unfold, not knowing Betty in the beginning and being a new creator and everything, the first video, I was like, wow, she's really upset, right? So now we kind of understand more. So I did write this in. The narcissist drives you crazy, then calls you crazy when you react to their abuse with anger, lashing out, or insults and the like. However, this is not excuse me. However, this is a normal reaction to a horrible situation. The name for this is called reactive abuse, but survivors call it catching fleas from the narcissist, right? If you lie down with the dogs, you're going to get fleas, right? Type of a situation. And that's where that analogy comes from, catching fleas from the narcissist. Reactive abuse is an in the moment reaction to mistreatment from another person. When a victim reacts, the abuser uses this reaction to impart further abuse in the form of blame shifting. Right. And we know all about that here at this channel. We talk about this all the time because it's really important for people to be able to recognize this. And we also see that dynamic play out over and over and over in these cases, And so Betty is here. It's hot. She's probably hungry at this point because she's been out there all day. I would be hangry as hell if I was her and ready to kind of call it a day, right? She's pulled over now after she's done some advocating and flyer hanging for Sebastian Rogers, who's missing. She's hanging the approved TBI flyers. Okay. So that morning, she says that she was out by Enoch and was hanging flyers out there and trying to hit, more of the rural and country areas. She said she hit a lot of the areas and was peppering flyers. And she met with Mr. and Mrs. E's crime cast. But don't forget that out by Enoch is where the Sox live, right? And so when she makes her way to Chris and Katie's area where she's peppering with flyers, um, she pulls over at a gas station and is talking for a little while. It was funny because we were laughing. She was showing us the staple gun and saying boom, boom, boom and being silly, right? But she was hanging up flyers still. Then she went on to the Texas Roadhouse area because, of course, that was the last place Sebastian was seen. So typically you do want to pass flyers out and, put up flyers in the area. So she did that. And then this is where she's sitting, talking again to her audience, and she's got everything set up in her vehicle. That's how we were able to get this angle in the back. But again, she's over here working her ass off, and the narcissists and the flying monkey socks are driving her crazy, right? And then you see her lashing out in anger, right, and insults. Okay, this is exactly what happened. It's a normal reaction because she's in a horrible situation where she's out there trying to do everything she can to spread awareness for Sebastian in the heat of the summer in Tennessee in June and end of June, right? And she's upset, and there's a name for it: reactive abuse, right? Catching fleas from the narcissist. She's reacting in the moment to some mistreatment that she's experiencing, the harassment, the following her around. Prove it, like a little weirdo, you know? Um, and in my opinion, they're blame shifting with this situation, right? And Betty, because she is clearly reacting to their abuse. And that's my opinion. And it's very plain to see. It's very easy to see, especially when we see Mr. Bowersox liking to go back and forth, flying monkey socks style. Because that's what flying monkeys do for the narcissist. They do their bidding, they do their dirty work, right? Picture the narcissist being the Wicked Witch of the West, right? And she's in her castle and all of the, by her cauldron and, crystal balls and whatever. And, here's the little monkeys flying around. What do you need us to do? And that's how they do it. That's what they do. Lori, it's thank you, Lori. And, it's crazy. And it's enough to drive someone crazy, because it's bad enough having one person in opposition with you, but having many of them and ganging up on you, and then you're there by yourself, and you're doing what you believe to be right, because it's very difficult. It's not easy to do what Betty is doing right now. I've done it. I haven't got a staple gun, but there's still time for that. And it's a good way to spread awareness. See, the question here is, why was he so close to her? Who was following who? She wasn't moving, and then his vehicle is seen twice in proximity while she is not moving. That's a great point, Rosebud. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I would even say, furthermore, him just the fact that he decided to do it in front of an officer almost seems like he was maybe the one that called it in, um, which I've thought that as well, especially back then. And this was before I did live, so I couldn't really even talk to you guys in real time about it like I am now. So that's why I found some value in replaying this for you guys too. Uh, Yeah, it's amazing to me, because they're very used to doing these things, but they're in the spotlight now, or even back then, right? They're in the spotlight, and it's more difficult for them, I'm sure, being used to getting away with and participating in many levels of fuckery, and no one says anything about it, right? As a matter of fact, it's been said that Mr. Flying Monkey Socks himself has his own flying monkeys within the police department. And that's when people start wondering, and that's where wild conspiracies may come about, where our minds maybe get away from us because we're seeing things that are just very shady and fishy, and we don't appreciate it, right? We're like, this is not right. It doesn't sit well. It doesn't fit well. And then they're upset with us for calling it out. And if we don't just fall in line with what they want, then, all hell's going to break loose, so to speak. But I will say, God has really provided, because there's been many situations where, they were doing awful things and it was put a stop to, or, people won, and it was, justice has been good in that regard, because there's been many cases where, um, and even with the threats, um, I think we should have seen a little bit more of that justice. But for the most part, we've seen a lot come through where the good side, that was well-meaning and didn't have ill intent, is prevailing, in my opinion. Rosebud says, and I asked at the time that when she is parked at the gas station in the background, there is a white van similar to TB's that comes into view after she's been parked for a while. I mean, I would think there'd be a lot of value in re-examining that, because she was sitting there for a little while, and you just don't know. I mean, they're willing to go to extreme measures, and it's that part is scary. To me, that's scarier than, Bullhorn Betty going and putting up flyers in their neighborhood. I mean, they all knew what she was doing there. It's not like she's, crazy, or, trying to do anything. I mean, it's a free country. We're allowed to go up to somebody's door and knock on their door. I mean, any of us that have done door-to-door sales, or Keller Williams Realty is huge. Gary Keller has written books about door knocking, right? Because that's what smart realtors do to find real estate leads. Face to face, you're selling yourself. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. Chris and Katie act like it's like the biggest deal of all, but yet they live in a little subdivision where anybody could come up. A Kirby vacuum cleaner salesman can come and knock on the door, for crying out loud. So, I mean, they act like it's this huge deal and that somebody's going to get arrested for knocking on their door, and they won't. Even if Betty was to go up and knock on their door and try to have a conversation. Again, I used Anna Garcia, but she's my favorite one. Hey, I'm Anna Garcia with Crime Watch Daily. They slam the door in her face. You know, poor girl. She's just trying to get the scoop. There's nothing illegal about it, but they act like it's just such a travesty of justice. And Sebastian is the one that's missing. And it just really gets my goat. And I don't understand it. And I don't understand how anyone supports that. But hey, to each their own. Hey, Pamela, good to see you. How many times has TB been seen following people? JLR bought him. Yeah, he brought him. He was on one of JLR's. Yeah. So I played that one last night because that one, wasn't a video that I did for part one. So yeah, he did. And I believe Mama Flying Monkey Socks was driving, and then Terry was in the passenger seat. And yeah, JLR asked him, what about Sebastian? And any regular grandparents of a missing, child, even if it's step grandparents, should be worried and concerned and also appreciative of the news coverage, because let's be honest, most most children, a lot of children and people are not getting the kind of coverage that they do deserve, because we have these high profile, what is called high profile cases that really eat up all the time of even, people. And then people like me, of course, I want to see justice prevail for Sebastian, and I think there's so much to this case that hasn't been discussed. But I also feel the same way about Devlin Tate, and I also feel the same way about any of these kids that haven't been found. Even if justice has been served, they're still out there missing. Harmony Montgomery, still missing. James Hutchinson, still missing. We need to find them. We need to tell their stories. We need to let people know. There's even cases that have been solved that there is such great value in keeping their story alive, because we can learn so much from it, but they also deserve to have their story told. So, with the way that they act, it's so damn guilty. And I think that's what's so infuriating with this case, is that they're so damn guilty, yet they're walking around free talking about prove it, prove it. Bunch of jackasses. Witchy Mama said, I said it before and I'll say it again. I swear it's like the Patrick Swayze movie Roadhouse. Witchy, I just love you, I agree. It is. It is. That movie just makes me laugh. All those guys with their shirts off. It reminds me of Chippendales, and I just get really giggly, and it makes me laugh because I do not take it serious. I don't take it seriously. All Betty needs to do is show proof of everyone the prophets followed. I know, Lori. I mean, I've been working on a video of threats, but I'm more so worried about getting a video together with the CPS stuff. So, yeah, I'm kind of like, I wish I had people that I could that I could pay to clip things for me, because it does take forever, and then putting it all together, right, is a lot. Even if what am I talking about? Even if people clip it for me, it's still, we have to edit it, put it together. So it's just hard. But yeah, no, she really does need that. And there's been so many instances of that. I would urge anybody that has anything like that to get that over to Bullhorn Betty. She needs support, because look, this is not easy what she's doing. It's very brave, in my opinion, what she's doing. And it's going to take a lot of energy and time. Um, Good night, Sammy. Aw. Oh, yes, preschool. Aw, that's amazing. I am all for self-defense, but I am concerned about Tennessee's new law regarding use of deadly force regarding private property. Yep, I said it. Oh, what is the new law? Did it already pass? Yeah, that's scary because look, some people don't know. They had better require people to put a sign up or something. Because how would somebody know? What if a little kid's ball went in someone's yard? That's taking it a bit too far, Valley Gal, in my opinion. That's kind of nuts. It's fucking nuts. Lori. Ah, thank you, Lori. Oh, Lori, you would think that shows validation, but in a courtroom, it will not be relevant because those incidents don't involve Betty. Yeah, well, that's true. They may just want to see only what's pertaining to the case. And, you know, I really can't speculate too much on a lot of it because I don't know exactly what happened in terms of Sheriff Craddock's role. That piece to me, they're all being sued individually. Let's just put that out there first and foremost. And we did read over the document yesterday, just so everybody knows. Go ahead, check out the other live. So, um, with that being said, there's going to be an element to each and responsibility to make Betty whole for each if the court sees fit, right? And there was a jury demanded in this case. So again, I just want to put that out there for people just to the short version um, of what's going on. Same goes for Lisa Byington. She is a detective that apparently did the arrest or was involved with all of this and had a responsibility and a duty that wasn't fulfilled according to Betty in the complaint. Yeah, she is. She really is. Absolutely witchy. Yes, I agree. Very brave. She's grabbing that bull by the horns and taking it for good measure. I mean, tasing. Oh, yeah, I gotcha. Tasing it for good measure. Witchy, you're too funny. Yeah, I mean, I think that she deserves better than what she got, especially because of the very little that was done. It wasn't like she had a bunch of people outside or went up to the door. I mean, I just think even if she did go up to the door, it would have been, I mean, it's not illegal. Then again, maybe Tennessee law might be changing, as our friend, Valley Gal says. So, um, it shows a pattern. Well, it does show a pattern. That's true. That is true, Lori. And who knows what the courts will want to see. I'm sure her lawyer is a good one now. I know the first one, like Frizzle, I think, or Frizzell or something. He wasn't the best, in my opinion. The Real Me Too said there was a good lawyer though now, so I hope so. I think the strongest complaint there will be the misinformation that Ellie used to arrest her. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, Rose, but I can definitely see that from reading the documents. Yeah. Strongest complaint here will be the misinformation that law enforcement used to arrest her and jail her for violating the POs. She was found in violation after so compensation may be relevant. I think so. And I think that is the biggest point too, is that she didn't violate any of the terms of the restraining order, which just stated, like most of them, to stay away from the victims, right? But it's not that you can't talk about them anymore. Um, you know, because people can't tell you what you can and can't talk about because that falls under our amendment, amendment to the Constitution. That's going to trump everything, like we were talking about earlier. So if she's within her rights and that's what she does for a living is investigative journalism, then they had no right to arrest her the way that they did, in my opinion. And you know it does appear that the sheriff needs to take care of, and be careful and sensitive about situations and not just willy-nilly. Um, oh, geez. Well, Witchy, the thing is like I couldn't even believe what Seth had to go through, let alone Clarksville PD, because she sued them too. Oh, Tex did. And the thing is about Tex is that, she's another one that just goes too far. Whack-a-doodle-doo, and she's out there, and it's like, you need to chill, lady. And what she did to Seth with Chris Proudfoot, um, and Maddie Kathy Bowersox, was uncalled for and very insensitive. Chris should never be suing Seth, but he was always trying to get some of that GoFundMe money. He was always trying to get his hands on that. And that's another tall tale sign of a narcissist. They just love their money, guys. They love their money maybe as much as they love themselves, even though they really don't love anything as much as they love themselves. But money is huge and king for a narcissist. They're so ignorant that they think that that's what matters. That's all that mattered to them is he wanted to get his hands on that money, you know? He was the one that wanted the GoFundMe in the first place. And law enforcement told him no. That's what came out of his mouth, you know? Rosebud says, and in violation of an unwarranted arrest and jailed is proven, it really puts the county on the spot. Yeah, and they've done a lot of corrupt ass shit too, Rosebud. And the crazy part is even in the well, when Brooke Harlan came and talked, she's a bails bondsman there. She owns the company, and she is always standing up against the corruption in Sumner County. And her husband even said that they hire guys over there, and they don't consider their criminal past, so they're hiring people that are willing to, their moral compass is off. We'll just say that. People on YouTube often seem to not want us to have our free speech. It's gross. Yeah, Holly, and it's silly. I mean, what is it going to do? What will it do? And it is all about control. It is. It's all about control. And really, is it going to hurt us if people say certain things? I mean, yes, words hurt, and I'm not going to say they don't. And I do think that there are many levels to it, and people shouldn't be harassing people again if they're doing very, very outlandish things, and then it is warranted. But really, at the end of the day, we all have the choice whether we're going to watch it or not. There's some things that I watch and I'm like, oh, I wish I wouldn't have watched that. But then again, I do like to be aware. Some people are better if they don't listen to it, right? Put your head in the sand then. If that's where you feel more comfortable, go ahead and do that because, it's not worth upsetting yourself. And everybody has the right to talk as much as they want about whatever subjects they want to talk about. Again, that's why I don't get upset with people or strike their channel. If they review me, let them review me. It's not going to hurt me, unless I go watch it. And then I might be hurt about it a little bit. I'm a person, I'm a human, but I mean, other than that, it's not going to make or break me. And it shouldn't make or break them. They need to just not watch it if they don't want to, if they don't want to be upset. Because if somebody's talking shit about you and you go watch it, I mean, that's a guarantee. I mean, it's inevitable then, right? Yeah, they're 2-year-olds. What's mine is mine, and what's yours is mine too. Would she? It's like they haven't got past that mentality. you know? But it's crazy, Holly, and they shouldn't even worry about it. So what? So what? Big deal. So, I don't like Lady Freedom because of this. Okay, well, all right. Well, I'm glad that you got that off your chest. And I do the same thing. I might say something, "Ugh, I really can't stand the way that person is, whatever they did, or oh my gosh, I can't believe they think that. That's so ignorant, whatever. But yeah, you just can't be, there's a line in the sand. Now, when you're going over hunting for people and doing crazy stuff and pretending like you're going, I mean, again, we won't get into what we talked about earlier, but you just can't be acting too crazy. But reviewing and talking about something is one thing, and it does bother me a lot that they're so worried about us talking about Sebastian, even little teeny tiny channels like mine.
They threatened me.
Betty,
They threatened me. Oh, Terry Bowersocks. Oh, you wanna come around here? Oh, look at who it is. It's Terry Bowersocks. Look who just pulled up in the same QX80, coming up, taking my tag plate. Let's turn it around on his tag plate. Terry Bowersocks. Terry Bowersocks right there. So you want to know who's harassing who out here? The proof is in the pudding. Why are you taking my license plate?
Why are you filming me?
Because you came by me, Mr. Bowersocks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm in a public place.
Yes.
Why are you harassing me and following me? Why are you harassing me and following me when I'm conducting business?
How can I be following you?
You just were in the plaza. You've been following me, sir. You guys have been harassing me and threatening me for 2 days.
Prove it. Prove it.
I am right here, sir. Right here, sir. Prove it? Yeah, I did just prove it, asshole. The proof is in the pudding.
We promise a tenfold refund if it doesn't work. Traditional dentures can lead to jawbone loss and alter your facial contour over time, but this denture completely avoids such issues. It can be
In this temporary order of protection obtained by News 2, Christopher Proudfoot claims that Andrew Griffin stalked and harassed him and his family. The defense for Griffin argued for the First Amendment rights of the YouTuber, saying she expresses only her opinion and has covered multiple missing persons cases in a similar matter. Griffin testified several times, saying she never initiated direct contact with Christopher or had ever met him. In response, the prosecution submitted a 9-minute video as evidence of Griffin's prior YouTube videos. In one of the clips, you can see Griffin as she shares her opinion, saying she indicated Sebastian's mom and dad had the knowledge of how to dispose of a body. She added she believes they may have had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance. It is important to note that law enforcement has not said any foul play was involved in the disappearance of Sebastian. Christopher took the stand next, saying he felt threatened by Griffin.
When your client goes to my job, my house, my campsites, yes, that is stalking.
On that you just testified to, have you ever spoken or communicated with Mr. Proudfoot in any form?
No, sir.
Do you recognize him?
Only by interviews on media as well as alternative media.
Are you talking about your interviews or other interviews?
People. I've never met him in person.
After an almost 4-hour hearing, the judge ruled in favor of Christopher Proudfoot's order of protection. At this time, Katie Proudfoot and Sebastian's step-grandparents have all obtained protection orders against the YouTuber. Now, the YouTuber is set to be back in court on November 20th for 6 counts of a protection order violation. In Gallatin, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
Joshua Diaz, good to see you. Good to be here. Tonight, we're going to talk about the Sebastian Rogers case. There's been some activity during the week. Once again, more contentious than ever. No time to waste. Tony, how are you, Tony? Good. Thank you for being here. Tony
I'm
Mathis
doing-
with us. You guys been busy. A lot of litigation going on here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And how was that day? Can you tell me a little bit about it? I know that things didn't turn out the way that you guys had hoped it would, but can you tell me a little bit about what happened?
Yeah, Josh, I think most of the people, I don't know if you heard Mr. and Mrs. E talking about it, but we feel like the decision was made before we ever got into the courtroom.
Why did you feel that way? Did you feel that way? What, days before, week before?
No, it was just a reading the room situation. You know, you could look at the body language of the other side and cutting up with the deputies and the sheriffs and the court reporters and everything else. And, it didn't seem to be a serious situation. And, I leaned over and told my wife, I said, I think that we're in trouble here. And she said, yeah, looking around, I kind of feel the same way.
Yeah, that's probably not a very good feeling.
In my humble opinion, whenever you are dealing with a good old boys court system, you are going to see this type of behavior. After all, we saw it when they were in court a month ago, and now we're seeing it again with Chris and Katie acting like it's a big joke. We even saw Chris out of his seat collecting phones from people in the pews behind him. Hardly the actions of a man who is frightened for his life, and it's very unbecoming of the court. The bailiff's job is to ensure everyone's cell phones are collected. It's not the job of a victim who is seeking out the help of the courts from a terrible situation, whether it be someone who they are married to or someone they are dating. Intimate partner and domestic violence is nothing to portray in a deceptive way, as the Proud Feet are doing. As a survivor of domestic violence, I take great offense to it. It's almost personal for me because I've had to sit in the situation where I am trying to get protection from the courts, and I was not joking around. I was very serious. I was afraid to show up. My daughter was only 5 years old at the time, and we had just moved to the area, and it was very difficult for me because I had no family members here, and because of that, I was completely isolated, and it made the abuse worse. And sometimes I would go back because he would stalk me, because he would follow me to wherever I would go. I did have a friend that allowed my daughter and I to stay with her. And lucky for me, some of the times that I did go and push through the order, I was able to have an advocate from the Victim Center here. And many times I would have pressure from family members of his telling me not to press charges on him, but the physical abuse and the mental and emotional abuse just continued. And it continued on for about 3 more years or 4 until the divorce started. And then it was a family court battle, much like what Nina dealt with Chris Proudfoot. He was still able to manipulate the court system, even though it was the same judge that gave me the final full order of protection, that somehow decided to side with him, because within the good old boys system, it's all about who you know. So I do have firsthand knowledge, and I have seen this play out in action in real life. And that's the problem. I mean, sometimes victims don't show up for court. They don't follow through with the entire case because they're afraid and they don't want repercussions. When it's happening within personal relationships, it's a whole different ballgame, because all you really want is for the abuse to stop. You just want it to stop, and you want things to be normal, but they never will be. So it's just a vicious cycle. But oftentimes there is after abuse, and it continues through the family court system and through the children and that situation. So with that being said, in my personal opinion, Chris is taking away time from real victims. He is playing the victim, and he is lying his ass off again and manipulating the courts just like he did with Nina, whom alleges that Chris was doing the same thing in family court. Chris and Katie laughing and putting it on Facebook Live. This is definitely a pattern of behavior and fits that vicious cycle. It just really makes me want to say, how dare they?
So, you know, I know that there was evidence presented, and I hear that people saying, that Betty, what was presented of Betty was clipped or whatever it is, or that it was taken out of context. Were you guys allowed to present evidence too?
Well, the evidence that we had was exactly what Chris said it was, which is that she had never been around Chris. She had never met Chris. She had reached out. Everybody said that she had been inaccurate about whether she had reached out. She had left him a voicemail way back in May about something that he said in her chat, and he responded to her through Facebook Messenger and gave her a response. There was no fighting. There was nothing like that. They never had any contact after that.
Right.
And the protective order stated that she was stalking them. She was harassing them. And if you look up the definition of stalking, she did not meet that definition. She had never been around anybody other than Terry Bowersox, which, as we've seen in her video, he was actually following her. So, it was, to this day, what I said in the interview with Vinny, which is that they were untruthful about what they said to obtain those protective orders. And, it just continued to move on from there.
Yeah, guys. And she even said, on the stand, she's like, I've never met these people before, right? I've only commented on them or made videos about Sebastian being missing. And I think anyone, again, can kind of deduct that if Sebastian was missing from his house, right? He leaves the Texas Roadhouse. He leaves with his mom, Katie. That's the last time we see him, right? And she does park in the garage. So, they pull right into the garage. The garage door shuts, and she reports him missing at 6 a.m. We don't know what happened from that point on. No one knows what happened from that point on besides Katie Proudfoot. And again, I don't hate anybody. I don't know what happened. I wish I did, because I would want to help my friend Seth. I'd want to help Sebastian. I mean, the reason why I took this case was for Sebastian. Yes, I did see Seth on Pascal, and I was following that channel at that time, so I did see him there. But I also saw Chris and Katie on their interview with Holly Thompson, and it just was night and day. I had a lot of questions. And again, once you find out that Seth was working all night long and on camera and at the jail, it's not hard to understand why people would be looking at Katie for answers. And I don't agree with being hateful towards Katie, but in the same way, I have said things about Katie because it does infuriate me. Where is Sebastian? What happened? Because all of that time is unaccounted for, and we don't know. You hold the answers. So anybody who is worth their weight that is digging into this case is going to ask those questions.
Right.
Threatening me for 2 days.
Prove it.
I am right here, sir.
Prove it.
Right here, sir. Better go through that light. With me. I don't need violence. I'll capture you on film. I just want to ask you, what do you think your law enforcement is going to do when you piss me off? And it goes for the Bowersox and the Proudfoots. When I bring the show to your town, I'm just asking, because I've been very calm. I've been very courteous. I've been trying to do my job without making a ruckus. But if you want to push me, honey, I'll come back with a whole kind of ruckus that you guys would not even know what to do with, and your law enforcement will not be able to stop.
Yeah, and Witchy, exactly. The first primary suspect in any case is the last person to see the victim. And I'll tell you, on my way on my trip, I was listening to 48 Hours because I like listening to that show. And there was a case where there was a little girl that went missing, and the last person to see her was her stepfather. And he told everyone that she did leave for school that morning. She just never made it to school that morning. And she did in fact leave that morning because people were very much questioning him. He also did some weird behaviors, like he took off the day from work and then went over to his wife's work and brought her chocolates and flowers. And many of us would probably say, well, isn't that a sweet guy? Why are you looking at him? Right. And it turns out he was just being a sweet guy and we shouldn't have been looking at him, but he was the last one to see her. And so obviously the heat was on him until they figured out that there was another little girl that the same thing happened to. And it was the same person. It was the same man that had taken the little girls and hurt them. So with that, we have an element of the child leaving the house and then going missing. In Sebastian's case, we don't have that element because even law enforcement has come out and said there is no proof that Sebastian left the house. Their words, not mine. I'm going off of what they're saying because I'm open to following the facts. And if they're saying there's no proof of that, no evidence of that, that's the way it appears to me. Not on his own anyway, because he wasn't caught on camera. All of the doors and windows were locked. Makes a big difference. Yeah, telling the truth. I hear you. I feel you on that. I feel you on that. She has a habit of not checking on him, right? That's what Seth said. And it's proven to be true. She allowed for the essay in California, in my opinion, didn't get Sebastian the help that he needed, the help that he deserved. And, again, with the thud, if we believe that story.
Is she texting someone behind your back? A single Spokio search can help you find out who she's messaging.
So, based upon that video and the testimony inside the courtroom, here was the decision by the judge. And again, Chris Proudfoot was in court trying to get a restraining order against Bullhorn Betty.
It's not a frivolous lawsuit. It is a order of protection. It falls outside. It's not asking for damages. It's asking for a party to leave another party alone. Ms. Griffin states that she is an investigative journalist and that she reports on news and commentary. Somewhere along the line, this turned not into a pursuit to find Sebastian Rogers. It turned into a personal vendetta. It's interesting that you came to Sumner County to help assist in finding Sebastian Rogers, but there's been really very little testimony by you of what you've done other than harass Ms. Proudfoot and Mr. and Ms. Bowersox. As it relates to these matters, where somebody crosses the line, a reasonable person that feels terrorized, frightened, intimidated, and harassed by a pattern of conduct is not investigative journalism. Therefore, based on the facts presented in this case, I do not find the motion to dismiss the civil and the criminal cases under TCA 2017-101 etc. well taken, and therefore they are denied.
Is she allowed to mention them on YouTube and TikTok?
You must not come around a person for any purpose or contact this person directly or indirectly. Text message, email, social media of any type. These people are basically not in your world anymore. I can't be any more clear than that.
She lost. She lost today.
You know, Josh, as nice of a guy as you are and as professional as you are, I don't think any of us would want our life for 7 months and take the little bits and pieces of things we said and put it into a 9-minute video. I think we'd all be in trouble.
Yeah, no, that's actually happened to me before. Say, you know, her words are her words, but you can take things out of context. It's hard to know the meaning, you know, in the heat of the moment. Sometimes people get upset. Sometimes people, you know, say, just kind of pop off. I've done that many times. So I get it. But I understand what you're saying. You know, you take 9 minutes and you find the worst stuff that you can find. Yeah, fair enough. And so you plan to appeal, you plan to provide more evidence and things like that, which is, you know, absolutely your guys' her right. I mean, do you feel a sense of responsibility to go along with her through this?
Oh, I think that anybody that's been as committed to Seth Rogers as she's been, you know, that's part of being a team. You stick by your teammates, and she's definitely a part of our team.
All right. Yeah, no, fair enough. So that aside, you know, the ruling goes not in your favor, you know, which is, I figured that it probably wasn't going to anyway. But, and a lot of that, by the way, because I don't really feel like Chris is scared of Betty at all.
At all.
I think that it was nothing more than maybe drum up another charge on her, try to humiliate her a little more, you know, put her through the ringer, kind of pay back for, you know, maybe things that she said about them or the way that she feels about them. And I do think it was a bit of a retaliation tactic. You know, I think 3 of the protective orders is probably plenty. And it's like, you know, I mean, it's a lot, right? I mean, it felt and it feels like it was a retaliation. Is that what you guys think too?
Well, yeah. And I mean, look, you've been covering this case for a long time and you've seen all the antics that Chris has laid out there.
I was one of the first.
Yeah. I mean, you know, this guy has been, I heard the attorney for the Proudfoot say that they just wanted to be private and wanted to be left alone. And then you've got this guy calling in on people's shows, pretending to be Billy Bob Thornton, looking for attention. You know, he was on a platform tonight, a little bitty platform with some people. And, you know, he's far from wanting to be left alone. I mean, he's not acted that way. The laughing, the joking.
There's a little boy missing. It's sad story. It's sad them kids go missing.
Agreed.
You know, the worst part is, you know, I heard that story where people talking about the parents and stuff. It's real bad. I don't know.
Agreed.
They got no evidence. What do they call evidence on that boy yet?
No, they don't have any evidence on him yet.
Why everybody saying that the parent done it then?
Oh, because the internet world has to have a villain. Somebody to be mad at, I guess.
Well, they want a villain. They got one to call the government. They need to. That's the villain right there. Mm-hmm.
Hear that?
I really want one in third, though. How would you get one in third? Well, I keep my eye up out here looking for that little boy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's gonna be out here.
No.
Oh hell, nobody out here. I gotta walk all the way down there just use neighbors.
Y'all, I don't know who this is, a voice changer, like on God.
They think it's great.
Well, that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing.
Cute.
You're welcome. You're so welcome.
We got all the characters. That was pretty good.
Oh, I got a lot more. Trust me.
I actually believe that.
I promise you, I am not a child. I may act like one, but I'm not a child.
No.
They're all like, "Hi, Chris."
Took them long enough to figure it out.
I think a few of them had it pretty quick.
Yeah, they did. A few of them were like, "That's Chris."
Oh, I know why you put it
Everybody
over here.
Run and tell everybody the big bad monster's got a sense of humor. Look out.
And look, he might be talking to a man. His fiance would talk to him.
Yeah, it took me a second to figure out what the fuck you were throwing the mic at me for, but now I get it. Yeah.
Oh man. Sorry everybody if I decided to have a goofy night, and sorry if y'all got upset, and try to find the positive in life. Find your compassion.
What? Hold on. Oh, you're talking about the people in this chat?
I'm talking to everybody,
Oh,
not
okay.
just this chat. I'm talking everybody. Because I know they're going to get this clip and they're going to turn it and twist it. And we're going to play this. Listen to this. Do you hear how he's doing this? Do you hear that? Whatever.
When I figured out he was doing the Sling Blade impression, I'm like, is he really just gonna prank call? Is that what he's gonna do? He's gonna prank call and then hang up?
That was freaking hilarious. Like, he sounds just like, so I gotta tell y'all, we heard the mask impression the other night, and he sounded just like, I swear on everything, that I thought Jim Carrey was in my damn telephone. Like, I'm not kidding y'all. I know Sarge would be proud. I don't know how he didn't laugh, Scooter. I really don't. Like, when he was sitting there and he was doing the line, I think, what are they going to do to me, Sarge, or something? Like, it was like, whoa, dude. Like, it sounded just like Jim Carrey. Not kidding. And we heard him do Sling Blade the other night. Every time he says Kaiser Blade, I'm like, holy crap. Like, it is like, what was that guy's name? Billy Bob Thornton? Mm-hmm. Is that this? Yeah. It's like he was just talking.
You heard me say in the interview, I talked to the court reporter for Court TV, and she came out in the hallway and told us that she was disgusted that Chris looked at her in the middle of the case and winked at her. That's not somebody who, first off, is serious about missing his stepson, and second, it's not somebody that wants to be left alone and kept in private.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of like I want to be left alone when I want to be left alone, and when I don't, I don't.
Well, I want to be left alone when you say something I don't agree with.
Yeah. Well, that's how I feel too, by the way. But that's not really how life works, is it?
Right, exactly.
So I get that.
Christopher Proudfoot.
Work, and I was in there and I was, minding my own business, and he started flirting with me.
Christopher Proudfoot.
So, after that happens, here we go to Court TV the next day. You sit down with Vinny, and it felt like there was kind of a shift, from voicing frustrations to direct saying, hey, yeah, I think that they did something. My opinion is, I think, and by the way, what Seth said, and I'm sure people will criticize and some people will cheer. My personal opinion is he had every right, and he has every right to say what he wants, because nobody else is in his position and knows how he feels. And, I've seen Chris kind of go off the deep end. But Seth didn't go off the deep end, but I've seen Chris go off the deep end, and people go, well, he's got a lot going on. He's, Seth should be shown that same grace and maybe more, I believe.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the funny thing, Josh, is you've known Seth Rogers longer than I've known Seth Rogers.
That's true.
And, you remember the old Seth Rogers that didn't have a muzzle on him. And a lot of people loved to hear the genuineness from him. And a lot of people thought that he was unhinged. Well, when I came in, I put a muzzle on him. I tried to settle things down a little bit with him, get him under control a little bit. But, when you start taking the voice away of people that have been good to him, then what happens is we take the muzzle off of him.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And what you saw was the muzzle being taken off.
Well, was that something that was planned, or it just kind of happened?
It was 100% planned.
Yeah.
And it will 100% continue.
It's a case that has been kept alive inside the true crime community on YouTube. And one live streamer known as Bullhorn Betty has been dragged into court by Sebastian's stepfather. He says he's being harassed.
Okay, there's Chris, over here, like no big deal, right? Doing the whole shrug thing, and I think what Tony said, we watched play out. It was like Tony came in, he's like, Seth, let me handle some things for you. Let me be a spokesperson. That's why Tony came on to help Seth. But then after things just kept boiling over and everything, it's almost not fair to let Seth speak his mind. I mean, Seth got a lot of flack for not speaking his mind and have Tony, having Tony as a spokesperson. A lot of families in this situation, especially a high profile case, will get help from a spokesperson. Tony turned out to be a wonderful friend to Seth, not only a spokesperson, and we all watched that unfold as well. So what he's saying is that they decided to go ahead and tell Seth to speak his mind. And everybody should be allowed to speak their mind, especially the father of a missing child who doesn't know where he is, you know? I know, Rosebud, that story just is so similar to Sebastian's case. I wonder if there was even something that Sebastian saw, aside from all of the CPS reports, because I really do think that was the clear motive here. Just the snowball effect of that. But, Sebastian knowing more, Sebastian about to talk about more, about what he was seeing and witnessing with Chris Proudfoot and even Katie, because Katie, in my opinion, is equal in her abuse and neglect of Sebastian. I mean, we can see it at the Texas Roadhouse, and Chris wasn't there. But I do also see in Katie times where she even thinks that Chris is being overboard or has been overboard, or she might stick up for Sebastian and say, at first he took care of his snake. He was doing really good at first, things like that. But again, we do see her true colors shining through in many of the interviews that have been leaked that were recorded, that she didn't know were going to get out. And then also when we see her body language at court, or the way that she acts on these, very long panels, acting like that sassy teenager, personality. So, but yeah, Mark Redwine, his narrative for 9 years, I mean, just lying his butt off, and he knew what he did. He knew what he did to Dylan. He knew why Dylan stood up to him, and it infuriated him, unfortunately. Hey, Brenda Brown, good to see you from Washington State. Hello. Yeah, I know, Valley Gal, and I wasn't always there, where I thought that Katie was evil, but the more that I learned about her, the more that I know that Katie's very good at being a chameleon and kind of pleasing people, right? And doing what she thinks they want her to do. And that includes impressing Chris Proudfoot and his parents. That includes doing what they want her to do. That includes her changing of the accents and kind of adapting to whoever she's speaking to and mirroring them, in order to be more relatable and to build up a generic rapport, in my opinion. But the real Katie is very cunning, and she is very sneaky. And in my opinion, she has ill intentions, just like Chris Proudfoot and just like their cohorts, in my opinion.
Wants a restraining order. Tonight, we'll take you inside the courtroom and get reaction from Sebastian's father, Seth. All this as we still wait for an answer to the most important question. Where is Sebastian?
Why are you harassing me and following me? Why are you harassing me and following me when I'm conducting business?
How can I be following you when
You just were in the plaza. You've been following me, sir. You guys have been harassing me and threatening me for 2 days. Better go through that light. With me. I don't need violence. I for you on film. Prove it. There it is. Who's following? Who's stalking? Who's harassing?
All right. Who was that? What was that? You may be wondering, right? That is from a YouTube true crime live streamer. She goes by the name of Bullhorn Betty, and she's been on the front lawn of Brian Laundrie's parents. She's been in front of Leilani Simon's home down in Georgia, and in this instance, she was covering the story of the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers in Tennessee, and there was in some level of a confrontation with Sebastian's stepfather, I believe. But what I just showed you was evidence that's being used against her. It's being used against her in court. Seth Rogers, Sebastian's dad, was in court as well. I guess observing and watching, not necessarily as a litigant to this. And it was all about Chris and Katie Proudfoot, who Katie Proudfoot is the mother of Sebastian, and then Chris is the stepfather. And they brought an action to restrain, to stop Bullhorn Betty from allegedly harassing them. And there she is on the stand. Her real name is Andra Griffin, but everyone knows her. She calls herself Bullhorn Betty on YouTube. In court, they played videos from her YouTube channel. So I'm going to play you a section of that. They played a lot more than I'm going to show you, but take a look so you have an idea of who Bullhorn Betty is and what she was saying online about Sebastian Rogers' mom and stepfather and other members of that side of the family.
If people are in this area and they're watching me and you know Chris and Katie, or you know where they like to hang out, please let me know. You know, if they had a favorite, obviously they both like to drink. I mean, to me, if you know anything about Christopher Proudfoot, anything about where his stomping grounds were, anything about people that he may have known, anything about somebody wanting to come forward and just speak to me about him. So if anybody has any information about Christopher Proudfoot, anything about his life, anything about his childhood, anything about his time in elementary school, middle school, or high school, please come forward. I am very interested in speaking to you. And, you know, I'm trying to find out who Katie and Chris are as people. I'm trying to find out what they do, you know, with their normal life. Where do they go? What do they like to eat, you know, play with? Where do they like to go camping, hunting, fishing? Where do they take a vacation? What's the comfortable areas for them? Katie's got a new car. The lady literally went car shopping in the middle of her son's missing person. She left a house. She's changed her hair color. She's now changing her appearance. She's wearing glasses. There. Chris Proudfoot was...
Okay, yeah, guys, and they have done that several times, right? We've noticed Chris's appearance is different every time he does an interview. You know, there's Just for Men Chris, there's Greasy Pork Chop Mullet Chris, there is Salt and Pepper Mullet Chris, right? All have a baby curl. Of course, the evil man babies of the world rock that baby curl. And you know, it's to the point of ridiculousness. And also I wanted to read this little piece that I put in here. Let's see. Whoops.
What's the comfortable areas for them? Katie's got a new car. The lady literally went car shopping in the middle of her son's.
Okay, so she also changed her phone number, guys. I also want people to keep that in mind, that Katie changed her phone number. So if Sebastian does get to a phone and he was in fact taught her phone number like she said he was, then, you know, he's going to get someone else and not his mother. And to me, if it was my child out there missing, I would never would change my number, because I would always know that they knew that number for me, you know. And so I just don't know how she can do it. Anyway, I did write here, she took Sebastian's missing magnet off her car way before she got a new vehicle. She definitely acts like she doesn't want to find him. Those are her actions and my observations, which led me to conclude this assumption. Okay. So it's not that I'm just making this up. It's not that I don't like Katie Proudfoot, right? I don't like her actions. I don't like Chris's actions, of course. If I was to say, honestly, And someone said, well, who do you dislike more? It would be Chris, right? I can safely say I dislike Chris, but I absolutely dislike Katie and her actions. But that doesn't mean that I would make something up about her. As a matter of fact, the reason why I'm upset with Katie would be because she was taking off the magnet and not having that on her car. She left even though the police just asked her to hang tight and stay home in case Sebastian would come home. Instead, Katie put out food and blankets for him as if he was like, you know, an animal. And also, why don't they keep the same code on the door in case he did come back home? That way he could get into the house, right? I mean, they still have his cell phone that was sitting on the counter that was plugged in. So wouldn't they leave that there charged for him in case and leave the code the same way in order for him to be able to get inside the home and call his parents, his dad Seth, his mother Katie? It all doesn't make sense, guys, and this is what brings me to my conclusion, right? I hate to be presumptive, but that's where it leads me. And it's just based on their actions that I'm observing. It's not anything more than that. Because we're trying to find Sebastian, we have to examine that. Do we get upset and frustrated over it? You betcha. It's been 2 years. I was upset at 1 year. I never thought that this case would drag on the way that it has, but it has. And just like Rosebud said, Mark Redwine, Dylan Redwine's case. Poor Dylan's mother. It drug on, guys. They found pieces of Dylan and they still couldn't charge anything. It was only until they found Dylan's skull in the mountainous areas in Colorado, treacherous areas. Thank God for the hikers that found him. And then they did the reenactment because they did the luminol or the blue star. And they were able to identify all of the blood spatter and all of the blood that was present in the living room. Mark Redwine's living room. We also had the testimony of Dylan's brother, who regrettably sent the photos that Dylan confronted his father with, that, in my opinion, ultimately led to his demise because Mark Redwine is a monster, a narcissist, and he didn't want anyone to know about his dirty little secret. So sad. Hello, Detroit. So good to see you, Detroit. Oh, I love you, Detroit. Yes, yes. We got a long one today because I got a long video with Betty, so I'm just kind of like letting it play out and then doing some commentary. But oh, I'm so glad you're here. Exactly. She did. That is so true, Valley Gal. Yeah. Absolutely. She had access to everything to get the word out, yet chose a different path. Why? I mean, look, even the small channels like me, they had their pick of the big ones, right? I'll just say that. I'll back up and say, scratch that. They have a lot of big channels that were willing to cover, and even channels like Court TV and Nancy Grace and all of that. Hell, they probably could have done Dr. Phil. And they chose not to. They chose to stay on Cluminati and Queen Bee. And I'm not saying that, you know, I can choose where they go or what I say is best to who I say they should go to is best. But what I'm saying is they had every opportunity to choose something different. You're right, Valley Gal, and they didn't. They chose the path of, you know, a circus, in my opinion. Little Miss Sharon says Netflix said it was change of DA that pushes the red wine case forward. I agree. I agree. And, you know, that was a very common theme too, Little Miss Sharon, in some of the cold cases I was listening to on 48 Hours. A new DA came in. As a matter of fact, this morning while I was drinking my coffee, I listened to one, and it was a matter of another detective coming into um help the detective on the case print off a Facebook page, right? How to print from Facebook. And that's what interested, you know, the officer or detective to help with this case, and they solved it. So, you know, it just takes a fresh set of eyes, and the fact that we cannot get this case out of Sheriff Snuggle Struggles in his kung fu grip drives me up a wall. It really does. I know, Holly. His mother is heartbroken, and his brother, oh my goodness. We should go over that case one night. Yeah, we really need to, Holly. It is so much like Sebastian's case. I mean, just so much, so many similarities, you know? Yeah, you cannot clean up blood and have Blue Star not show it. Yeah, it still shows the spots that have been cleaned. Yes, Liberty. And you know, we saw that in Gannon Stouck's case because they were showing us where it was, and they were showing us where it was cleaned up. So absolutely. Guys, there's no way to commit a perfect crime. And that's what I have to remind Chris and Katie of, you know, and that's why Kate, you know, Chris gets his panties in a twist and Katie turns bright red. It's because they know we know, and they can't handle it. They're guilty of sin. Prove it, prove it. You know, I own it, I own it. The change of the phone numbers blows my mind the most. Holly, I mean, you know, at least keep the same phone number. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yep, she changed her number and left home. Yes, she did. You know, I don't know, Detroit. I don't have anything that um I mean, it wouldn't I'll just say it wouldn't surprise me, but I don't have any proof of it. But if I did get proof of it, we would definitely talk about it. But I can see them up and leaving. Yeah. I mean, they did it already. They did it right after Sebastian went missing. She had to accompany her husband back to work. That was her Nancy Grace. I'm gonna accompany my husband. I have my son's poster flyer on my house window for whoever walks up to my door to see it. Yeah, I mean, just, you know, in the neighborhood, I just can't believe with a small little neighborhood like that, that not everybody is rocking the green light bulb for Sebastian. Not one single person is doing that. So, hey, Brenda Brown. So, yeah, it's just, it's not the actions of innocent people who are concerned, in my opinion.
Missing person. She left a house. She's changed her hair color. She's now changing her appearance. She's wearing glasses. There. Chris Proudfoot was not at the airport to pick up his daughter. It's time for me to go over to the Yogi Bear campground. I want to see. I doubt that anybody will speak to me.
I use this phone here to capture on the 9-foot pole. But these are my night vision goggles and stuff. They film, they record, they everything. These things right here are pretty awesome. I'm good at what I do. It's kind of creepy I do what I do, but I'm good at what I do. And it's a job. What you gonna do, sir? I didn't step on your property other than to put a missing person flyer on your post. Dum-dum. I'm in a public place. Yes. Why are you harassing me and following me? Why are you harassing me and following me when I'm conducting business?
How can I be following?
I've been following you when you're behind me. Prove it. Okay. All right. So here's the receipt. He drove all the way there for 4 items, right? 4 items. Doesn't really say for what. But here's the receipt. Just wanted to show you guys that.
You just were in the plaza Plaza. You've been following me, sir. You guys have been harassing.
Tonight, Sebastian Rogers' father, Seth Rogers, is with us, and the Rogers family spokesperson, Tony Mathis, as well. Thank you both for coming here. What's your reaction, Seth and Tony, to what happened today or yesterday in court with Bullhorn Betty? And what are your thoughts about Bullhorn Betty and what she's been doing?
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders. This family has spent more time trying to silence people than they've spent looking for Sebastian. We know for a fact that there's no proof that Sebastian walked out of that home. And it makes you wonder what else they're lying about, Vinny. It also makes you wonder what would happen if Sebastian would have been able to file a protective order against his stepfather.
Seth, your reaction to what happened and what is happening in all of this?
My professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of Chris and Katie did something to my son. They're using Sumner County to cover it up and to hide themselves from the actual law.
And let me ask you, Seth, and we have no independent information. We know that police are saying there's no suspect. No one's been named as a suspect in any of this. But this seems to be, at least from my perspective, Seth, is it a change in the way you are seeing what has transpired through all this? Are you seeing things differently than you did before?
It's the evidence. I still believe my son is alive. I still believe he's somewhere. But the fact is that he was at their house last. There is no evidence that he ever left the house. And they, as Tony has stated, they have spent more money and time trying to get people to not speak about Sebastian than speaking about Sebastian. Sumner County hasn't come out since April with anything. And Katie won't come out and speak, won't ask for help to find Sebastian. I really have to say that these memories she never loved her son.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to pop in with a little bit of commentary. I also heard from people who showed up to the hearing that the defense was not allowed to present evidence of Chris threatening BHB when he was going to run her over. So when he called into Illuminati's and BHB was in town in Hendersonville, Tennessee, searching for Sebastian and putting up flyers, Chris calls into Illuminati and says that it is legal in Tennessee for him to run her over. He also had a very scary voice, and I did include that in the previous video, so definitely go and check that out. But because the judge said that they could not prove that it was Chris Proudfoot on the podcast, that the evidence was not admissible in the courtroom that day. So that evidence was not heard that day, and that was per Judge Blanton's decision. Now, I also want to point out that Yogi Bear was the park in question that CP had his fifth wheel parked at. He also said he stayed the night of Sebastian's disappearance. Another park in question is Easy Days, which is in Memphis. And he said that he was no longer staying at either of those parks. And he was also not employed at St. Jude's, according to him. So I don't understand why that was held up in court either, because if I was the defense attorney, I would have simply asked, isn't it true, Mr. Proudfoot, that you have not worked at, nor had you stayed at such campsites since this date? Now, those items in question and the dates and times he stayed would be very easy to obtain, especially being a lawyer. So I'm not sure why the question wasn't asked, and I'm not sure why that information wasn't obtained, because it would also be very helpful in the search for Sebastian Rogers.
It absolutely would be. And, you know, again, that needs to be found out. And I think it's still relevant and pertinent to this case. Very much so when it comes to Sebastian and also Betty. So I stand by what I said back then.
Now, Vinny P and the local news has different interpretations of the judge's ruling. One more thing I wanted to bring up really quick is us lot lizards out there. If you follow Terry Lynn, you know she's our shit show supervisor over there. She is the head lot lizard, and we follow her searching for Sebastian Rogers in and around the Tennessee area. We have all discussed and offered or told Terry Lynn to purchase a machete to get through the forests, and while she's searching, it would make it very easy for her to traverse the terrain when she has a machete. It had nothing to do with anything besides looking out for her personal safety when having to traverse these woods and make it through searching. Now,
that part makes me sad because I do wish that, you know, we did have people that were still actively searching in the area. Although I do know that Jen and Jeff still search and things like that. We need to get another search together as well. It's just very, very important, you know. And yeah, I'm telling the truth. 111 says I got run off the Yogi Bear campsite ground around April of 2024, and they were protecting them. Yeah, I heard that they were complaining to the management and making it so people couldn't drive past. And you know, the thing is that that's how we found out that they took the magnets off their car. So, you know, that they probably just didn't like people seeing them living their best life. Um, well, you know, you still have a missing child out there, so you guys need to get your act together, in my opinion.
if Chris Proudfoot would have ever searched, I think that he probably would have known this. If he would have ever gone out into the woods, he would know that there was a need for a machete. And P.S. True victims don't need a lawyer since the state picks up the charges. They don't need to have anyone in their defense because they are the plaintiffs and it is a civil matter. So when the state picks up the charges, there's nothing that the victim needs to do besides show up to court.
Right. And then that rings true also for the case with White Boy because he was complaining that the judge didn't allow for him to have a lawyer, but in a civil matter, it doesn't matter. um, they don't have to provide a lawyer and you're not entitled to one. It's up to you to provide that for yourself, which is it's smart to do that. Um, but again, I don't want to get too far into that because we'll do a live about that. But he's under the impression that it works as a criminal case would, and it just does not. It simply doesn't work that way. Little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. And if you got a membership from Little Miss Sharon, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And Detroit, you asked a great question about where this case with Bullhorn Betty, where she filed the lawsuit. She did file it in Tennessee courts. And I did go over the documents last night. So definitely go check that out. And I did post them to the community tab if you want to just read over them yourself too. Because I know, and it's only a 10-page document, really short and sweet and to the point. And that's what the court's like. So I think that's a good, they did a good job on that, in my opinion.
Also will need to testify to what has happened to them, but generally you don't come with a lawyer, you come with a victim advocate. In this case, BHB is now being criminally charged for violating the orders of protection. However, the Proud Feet still would not need a lawyer because, again, they are the plaintiffs and the state has now picked up the charges. And so it is very fishy to me that they even spent any kind of money on obtaining a lawyer when they were the ones who were filing these charges and these accusations against another. Let's watch.
And on top of that, I have the DCS reports that I've written, that I have literally Took me an attorney to get them. Sebastian deserves a restraining order from those two psychopaths.
Tony, now you've accused them of lying, the Proudfoots, right? So what were they lying? What were they lying about from your perspective? And again, we have no independent information or confirmation that they said anything that was untrue or verification that what they said was true, like either way. But what were they lying about from your perspective, and what's the evidence from your perspective that they are not telling the truth?
Well, they actually were.
Come back. You don't have
Lying, and it was proven in court that they were lying about what they stated in the protective orders, which was that she had had physical contact with them, that she was following, stalking, and harassing them. And even on the stand, Mr. Proudfoot admitted that he had never met her in person. So in my opinion, it's a little difficult to be stalking somebody that you've never met in person. And it goes to the many inconsistencies that have been told by Mr. Proudfoot since the very first interview. Not one of his interviews have matched up, Vinny.
And when you say the interviews haven't matched up, you're not talking about, so I just want to make this clear to everyone watching. You're talking about the disappearance of Sebastian, not about Bullhorn Betty in this case.
Yeah, the Bullhorn Betty lies were just another long string in the lies that they've told since the beginning. If you go back and break the interviews down from the very first interview they did all the way from Nancy Grace and beyond before they quit coming out in public, you can see one inconsistency after the next. And the great thing about telling the truth, Benny, is when you're doing that, it's always the same. It doesn't change.
So what's the most material inconsistency that you believe has been stated from Chris and or Katie?
Regarding Sebastian?
Absolutely. That's what I care about at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Many inconsistencies told about the phone calls, the time of the phone calls, the bedtimes, what happened after he went to bed. Just, that entire 10 to 12 hour period, many inconsistencies. Also, not rock solid alibis and a lot of time that's unaccounted for. They were also, probably the biggest thing, Benny, is that they told Nancy Grace that they were told by TBI not to take a polygraph, and we found out later from TBI that is 1,000% not accurate.
That's a big one. Okay, Tony Mathis, Seth Rogers is going to stay with us. We've got more to talk about. We're going to take you inside the courtroom so you can hear some of the testimony from today, and you'll see Chris Proudfoot on the witness stand. Just want to make it clear, like the First Amendment versus prior restraint of speech is serious business. And the judge made a decision today keeping her away from them. But how far did it go towards what she can say about this case? We'll be back.
Have other people contacted you based off of Ms. Griffin's conduct on her social media accounts?
Hundreds.
Okay. How often does that happen?
Daily.
Is it possible for you to avoid the media circus that surrounds Ms. Griffin's conduct?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Have people gotten your personal phone number that way?
Yes, sir.
Have they gotten your email?
Yes, sir.
They message you on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's Chris Proudfoot. Bullhorn Betty goes online, provides information, and apparently her viewers or followers are sending messages and
Okay, but here's the thing. Chris Proudfoot told us all that if we need to get a hold of him, that we can, quote, hit him up on Facebook, right? Because he said that he doesn't have any trouble answering the hardball questions and that it's fine that we should all reach out to him. And he even said that, he's surprised that Betty hadn't reached out to him and that she's welcome to and all of this stuff. But it's all a setup. So then that way, when she's asked on the stand, have you ever contacted Mr. Proudfoot? And she says yes, that's all they care about is a yes or no answer in court. They don't want a whole bunch of fluff with it. They want you, that's a yes or no question. And on cross-examination, that's a good way to get eaten up. But, again, he was inviting people. And as people who are trying to report on this case, some of us may have reached out to Chris. I haven't. I never would, but I also know what kind of a person we're dealing with. A malignant narcissist, in my opinion, antisocial. So I'm not going to do that because that person has a personality disorder and I don't want to be drawn into it. I'm sure they do, Detroit. I bet you they have that 5th CPS report. Oh, yes. I remember all that about some campsites and his job in the beginning, and they successfully distracted us. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I've never heard of DCS making a bio parent who was not involved in the abuse accusations get a lawyer to see documents of abuse allegations pertaining to their own child. So I did some research on that too, Liberty. And it does state that they have to get a lawyer in order to obtain them because they are confidential and most of the time they're, sealed records. And so the bio parent can obtain them, but they have to, of course, get a lawyer and, request those documents. Now, that doesn't change the status of their confidentiality. And so with what happened with, Miss Fembot over there, Michaela Cleveland sleeping with Seth for information and then waiting till he falls asleep to creep into his email and, blast those documents that are highly confidential out to whoever she felt like blasting them to after sending them to herself. I'm surprised there was no consequences for her actions. So right. Betty never reached out to them, so she was able to confidently say no. Crazy Bird, you're absolutely right. And, and that's the thing. I mean, it's just if she had, the courts may have looked poorly upon her for doing that. But then they, not knowing that he was inviting people to do it. And he went on the other panel for 8 hours, Holly, yeah, saying totally outlandish, bizarre things. Yes, people are going to contact you after you act that way. Right, exactly. Yeah, I agree. I agree. But he is his minor child. Yeah, yeah. Well, that is true, Liberty. Yeah. Yeah, that was effed up, right, Detroit? It sure was. This whole situation is, and poor Sebastian, caught in the middle.
Attempting to contact Chris Proudfoot. So the judge's decision has prevented Bullhorn Betty from contacting the Proudfoots. But what I heard in the decision was, it sounds like she can still talk about them. She just cannot contact them through social media, cannot contact them through text or email or any other way. He's got to stay away from them. I understand that decision. Whether you agree or disagree, it's up for debate, but that's the judge's decision. But it seems that she can still talk about that.
A YouTuber tracking a teen's disappearance is now barred from discussing the case.
In court today, the defense attorney representing Griffin argued largely for her First Amendment rights. Griffin said multiple times on the stand that she never directly contacted Christopher, nor had ever met him. She did, however, state that she would visit his neighborhood to allegedly get a better understanding of the layout and put up flyers of the missing teen. And at one point, she also admitted to going to Christopher's place of work. Christopher also sat on the stand and claimed he felt threatened by Griffin. After a 9-minute video showing statements and a repeated pattern of actions by Griffin from her YouTube channel, aired a 9-minute video showing clips from Griffin's YouTube channel, where she insinuates Christopher knows how to hide a body and may have had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance. To be clear, law enforcement has not said there is any proof of foul play in the case.
And the judge's final ruling on a protection of order for Christopher Proudfoot.
The judge said she was harassing Christopher and granted the order of protection. The judge cited the creation of a t-shirt with Christopher's face on it and the posting of flyers with the alleged intention of gaining attention from Christopher as the reasoning.
Now, Chris Proudfoot was asked another important question when it comes to a restraining order, right? To stop, to prevent someone from going somewhere or contacting someone. There's got to be a reason.
What are you afraid of from Andrea Griffin?
What am I directly afraid of, sir? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Well, when you make a video threatening that you want to bring a gun from another state to this state, directly in videos related to me, my wife, my family, that's a threat, plain and simple.
Okay.
She also said she was going to bring a machete, for the record.
Okay, let's bring back in Seth Rogers, Sebastian's dad, and Tony Mathis. Just a quick clarification. Everyone's watching that. Was she threatening to bring a machete to go after the Proudfoots?
Well, Benny, you being one of the better investigative reporters in this case, you know that if you take a 4 or 5 second clip out of an hour-long video, you can twist that and turn that into anything you want it to be. When she was talking about the things that she was going to need to be walking through these heavily wooded areas, one of the things that she mentioned she would probably need is a machete. But you don't get to see all that because that doesn't fit the narrative. Does that make sense?
On top of that, if she had stated that she was going to bring a machete, don't you think the felon that made the video for the Proudfoots would have actually clipped that in there? And it wasn't clipped in there.
One more thing I want to point out is that Betty did not say that she was going to bring a firearm over with her. What she said was that the police officer let her know that her concealed carry that she uses down in Florida would also transfer over to Tennessee. So if she did want to bring a firearm, she could. And of course, in court, they don't allow you to explain. So if the lawyer asks you a question, it's just a yes or no answer. You're not allowed to elaborate very much. If you take the stand, or if you've ever taken the stand, you know this. It's just a yes or no answer. It's not something that they will allow you to explain yourself on. So she may have been asked if she went to Chris's work, which would be St. Jude's, and she just said, yes, I did go to St. Jude's. The same goes with the firearm. Let's watch.
All right, really quick, guys. I want to read some of these statements, so I apologize. Just bear with me. I'm not going to read all of the narcissistic abuse tactics, but there are many of them. Sorry, this little thing is so sensitive. Okay, here we go. But yeah, as you can see here, there are many of them. Narcissistic abuse tactics. Many of them are what Chris would use, in my opinion, what his family has used. The flying monkeys help to do the dirty work, of course. And, you know, we've talked a lot about that as well. And trying to, excuse me, and trying to understand what these people are doing, you know, and we're not going to stop until you're found, Sebastian. We're not going to stop. So Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, says Betty was targeted because she was working directly with me, and that family in the hills keeps trying to shut Sebastian's voice down, i.e., anyone that is helping me try to find Sebastian. If you all knew what I know, a lot of you wouldn't be able to sleep at night. If you all knew what I know, a lot of you wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The ones that truly care, the ones that have compassion, the ones that know the type like Chris Proudfoot is, machete and buttocks. Yeah, really? Exactly, Valley Gal. He takes it, it's like he mocks it. It's a joke to him, you know, and he sounds like a complete moron, in my opinion. But I agree with Seth here. We've seen it. It's anyone who tries to help find Sebastian. Look at Joe Petito. If you all knew what I know, a lot of you wouldn't be able to sleep at night. And that doesn't include the ones that sleep just fine, knowing Chris and Katie's little dark secrets, being on the dark side, bragging about acting like you don't give a fuck. You should be ashamed, but you're not. Because to have a father of a missing child come out and say that if you knew what I know in those 4 reports, the 4 that he knows about, there's still one that he has no idea what's in it. We wouldn't be able to sleep. That's how bad it was. And I believe him too, Holly. I think it just eats him up. If you see a picture of Seth back when Sebastian was first missing and he was first coming on to Pascal, and then you look at a picture of him now, he looks like he aged 5 years in 2 years. And, I'm not sick, Seth is my friend. I would never say anything bad about him, but it breaks my heart to see it. Because I know that he doesn't sleep at night because of what he's seen, because of what he knows. And I think a lot of it came from those reports, and a lot of it came from those counseling reports he received. All right.
Yes, I did go to St. Jude's. The same goes with the firearm. Let's watch.
And if you notice, the attorney, that shyster that was sitting there representing the Proudfoots and the Bowersocks, when they asked Chris the question, have you been contacted? They never asked who contacted them, because nobody that is on Betty's team or my team is actually reaching out to speak to these pathetic excuses for parents.
Vinny, if you actually listen to what was said there in court, the attorney asked the question, have you been contacted by people regarding things that Betty has been saying?
Right.
The people that are contacting Chris are his people. They're not Betty's people. They're contacting Chris saying, this is what Betty said today. This is what she said yesterday. Well, all you've got to do is tell those people, if you don't want to hear it, to quit contacting you. That shouldn't make you afraid of a 5-foot female as a man that has a strong history of being able to deal with females.
Now, my biggest problem with this statement that Tony just said, and I understand where he's going with it, but the problem is that Chris Proudfoot has threatened, intimidated, and cornered women while they were alone, and he was the only one around. And so when we see this happening, it is a textbook sign of...
What would you tell someone who knows exactly what to do but can't make themselves do it?
That gap has a name.
ABUSE, and it does not need to be tolerated, especially through the courts. But now we have Mr. Proudfoot has obtained these protection orders along with Terry Bowersocks, who we saw in the video was the one who was actually following after Betty and circled around to further follow her and, in my opinion, stalk her. And so I don't think any of this is right. I definitely don't think that Chris is a victim. I definitely think that Sebastian is a victim, and so are the many women that have had to deal with Chris Proudfoot. Let's watch.
So let's refocus now and get back to what this is really about, which is finding your son, Seth. So Sebastian, I'm sorry. Yeah, to find Sebastian. Your relationship with Sebastian's mom seems at this point is completely non-existent. I know early on there was talk about trying to work together, and it seemed like you were trying to come together to do something, but that just doesn't exist. So
60 days and still zero sign, no clues, no nothing. Now, over the past weekend, there's been many vigils There have been many prayer vigils or candle vigils or some sort of variation of a vigil for Sebastian Rogers. Proudfoots haven't been seen at any of them. In fact, Proudfoots haven't even been seen at any of the moments when volunteers have come together to search areas, etc. We haven't seen the Proudfoots at all. Let's not forget their actions are speaking a lot louder than their words too. Jumping in RVs, going on vacations, going and shopping for Harleys and whatnot. At this vigil that happened this past weekend, Chris Proudfoot allegedly shows up to the vigil, which of course, a lot of people would sit there and go, yay, finally something. There was alleged an exchange of words, that there was a heated exchange of words between the two. But at the end of it, regardless of them talking about whatever differences they had, somehow the conversation came out of, we should unite. We should join forces. The Proudfoots and the Rogers finally make some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Of course, Seth Rogers went to a video, said, hey, we're doing this because we're setting our egos aside. It's about finding Sebastian Rogers, which I completely and 110% agree. And he said, if anybody has a problem with that, they can F off. All right. He said what he said. I get what he was trying to say. I know a lot of people felt some type of way about that, for sure. But one thing that I thought was very interesting, which should not be overshadowed by a video of a very passionate father who is at his own wit's end, trying to find where the hell his son is. What shouldn't be overshadowed is the fact that they have agreed to step together and work as a team to find Sebastian Rogers. Is this alliance, this alleged alliance, we'll just say alleged alliance, is this alleged alliance really an alliance? Or is one side trying to play the other? One side isn't contributing to the agreement that was recently made a few days ago.
But as we sit here tonight, the search for Sebastian Rogers continues. He has not been found. His dad will join us live next. In Hendersonville, Tennessee, that's near Nashville, his mother, Katie Proudfoot, discovered he was missing from his room. Around 6 o'clock in the morning is when she says he went missing. There's no evidence of anything here. So please take a look at the picture. Go on your social media and find a picture of him and share it, because we've got to share this everywhere. Important note also, April 26th at 7:30 will be Light the Path for Sebastian. Memorial Park in Hendersonville. It's on Main Street. The bridge will be lit up in Sebastian's favorite color, which is green. Let's start with what we're looking at here, Light the Path. Give us a little more information about it, what it's about, and I want to know why green was or is Sebastian's favorite color.
He just likes green. It's been his favorite color for as long as, one of the first things, conversations is like, what's your favorite color? And he chose green, and has stuck with it. So for the last, 12 years, it's always been green with him. So hopefully we can light the path in green, and they wouldn't let me get a Batman signal. So or just go ahead and use glow sticks and light bags, and it'll be 2 months.
Another announcement that I saw you made is that you are now working with Chris and Katie. Chris, his stepfather, and Katie, his mom. So all of you are now putting aside your differences and working together?
Chris approached me at the vigil last weekend and asked if, we could drop our egos and work together to find Sebastian. And I told him, as long as he's willing to help, I'll take any of the help I can get. My ego is not enough to stop me from accepting help to try to find my son.
And how is that developed? Is the help there from Chris and Katie?
I've been sending Chris and Katie emails for things that I already have in the works. I'm currently waiting on Chris to approve what I've sent to him. If he doesn't approve it, then,
What type of...
He also said that he's waiting on approval.
All right, guys. And I remember this, went over like a turd in a punch bowl, right? And it was quite the spectacle, right? Because people were like, wait, what? Waiting for Chris to approve it. And in my opinion, I know that Chris and Katie were together for, some years before Sebastian went missing. So there was a comfortability there, I guess you could call it. However, in my opinion, that dynamic where Chris is controlling everything, writing the parenting plan in the beginning and getting rid of cats and, acting just super duper controlling, is a huge red flag, right? Whether people want to admit that or not. And people were absolutely taken back by that. Like, what do you mean he's approving things? Why can't Katie just go ahead and do what she needs to do as a mother because Sebastian needs her, right? Because it's about Sebastian, it's not about Katie. Because it's about Sebastian, it's not about Chris. Because it's about Sebastian, it's not about Seth. If Seth emails them something, then it's, in my opinion, ultimately Katie's responsibility to make sure that she responds back to Seth in a timely manner per any parenting plan that is worth its weight. Because if you are the main custodial parent, even if it's 50-50, Katie's considered, having him most of the time at this point. It is absolutely her responsibility to get back to her ex-husband. Chris Proudfoot did not lie down with Seth and make Sebastian. Katie did. And that goes for her keeping the CPS reports from Seth. That should have never happened. The responsibility, the accountability, the duty all falls on Katie. She is Sebastian's biological mother. She is Seth's ex-wife, and it is her job and her responsibility to convey messages over that pertain to her son with Seth. I don't care if you hate his guts. Too bad. It's not about you, Katie. It's about Sebastian. I don't care what's happened in the past. It's about Sebastian. Grow up, for the love of God. Lori? Golly, it's just unbelievable. The amount of immaturity. Seth shouldn't need approval from anyone, including KK or CP. He's Sebastian's father. I agree, Witchy, and I think a lot of people felt that way. Um, you know, I understand that he may have meant, in terms of some of the things probably too, because they were trying to get Tony on board at that point as well. And then they had the PIs. And so, of course, trying to coordinate that with a narcissist, and my opinion, and someone who has histrionic personalities disorders and things like that, when you're dealing with tough personalities like these people on the dark triad, in my opinion, this is not so simple, right? Because for the most part, you should be in agreement. We have two private eyes, right? Let's just play a hypothetical. We have Heather Cohen and we have Chloe PI, right? They're working the case. We have Tony Mathis, who's decided to be a spokesperson, uh, aka the go-between, aka the referee. So you should all be on the same page when it comes to that. There should be no approval necessary. I agree, Witchy. And it should just be yes. Yes. What can we do? What's our part? What do you need from us? That's what it should be. But instead, we're dealing with Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot, who are wholly entitled and who want to have control over a situation. And they throw a fit when they lose control of a situation. They lose control of themselves, in my opinion. You know? So they need to get their shit together, and they never did. And then here's Seth trying to give them information and they're not responding because at the end of the day, Chris just wanted everybody off his back. Look, back then, and even up until Seth said, if you don't like it, the fact that I'm going to work with Chris and Katie, then F off, right? That kind of rubbed people the wrong way. But in the same way, many of us understood what he was trying to say. And he was under a lot of pressure. And in my opinion, the way that in the stance that Chris Proudfoot was holding, it was aggressive, in my opinion. And I've always said that. I stand by it, in my opinion. I'm not saying that he was yelling at Seth or anything like that. I'm not saying that he was saying anything to Seth. It's just what his body language was conveying. Oh, don't get me started on America's Most Wanted, right, Holly? So, and that's the thing about this, is that we have these people that are telling Seth, we want you on the same page as us. He didn't want to be on the same page because he couldn't be. He knew something wasn't right. And then he decides, yeah, I will work with you. And then next thing we know, he's not getting responses back. Right. And people were again saying, ooh, we knew it. Right. We all knew it deep down inside that wasn't going to work. But I commended Seth for trying, because I would do the same thing. If my daughter was missing, I would try to work with whoever was with her last. And if that is, an ex-husband, obviously I'm a woman, it's a different role, but, ex-wife, that's who you need to deal with. And as a co-parenting unit, to find your son. But it's not that easy when you're working with these two knuckleheads, numbnuts.
From CP, Chris Proudfoot. He's still waiting for approval. Remember, okay, this interview happened last night, Wednesday. The vigil was last weekend. We're about to enter into another weekend. And he still hasn't gotten anything from them yet? Here's the information that we have gotten from police. While Seth is going, okay, here's the information, and here's the numbers from my contact information for my PIs. Here's the information that we do have so far in our investigation. Let's do this let's pool all of our stuff together and let's make something happen here. But that's not what's happening. It's been days. Seth is sending out emails and not receiving anything back. In fact, Seth is going a bit further, trying to make things right, which is also very interesting. But he's doing more to try to show, I want to make things make sense. I want to get this stuff together.
Things are we talking about?
I've got a canine handler that is extremely overqualified, has several different background clearances, classifications. Their dogs are everything from cadaver to narcotics to live tracking, bomb sniffing. The dogs are exquisitely trained. I've got them to come in to see if we can actually find anything that maybe Sumner County Sheriff's Office wasn't able to get. I've got a couple different organizations that are search and rescue qualified that are 501c out of Texas.
After an accident, it can be devastating and you don't know where to turn. But if
I've actually spoken to an individual who wants to be our spokesperson for all three of us, so that way there's no quote unquote mudslinging or anything like that that will speak for us as a unified front.
Let me just say this. Person has stepped forward, said, hey, I would love to be your spokesperson. Kind of like a Chris Dingman or a Tony Mathis from the Caleb Harris case. Okay, I'm willing to step forward and say what I need to, say what you guys collectively want me to say on all these things, these podcasts.
Right. Collectively, where everybody would get together in a perfect world and work together and give Tony statements and he would come out and say them. That is what Chris Dingman was the spokesperson for Riley Strain's family. And he came on Pascal and he would talk with the news outlets and he was a go-between, ran the war room for Riley Strain's case and the whole 9 yards. And that's what was expected out of the Proud Feet.
These interviews, etc. So then there's no drama. If there is any drama, that stays behind the scenes, stays between y'all, instead of it getting messy out here in these streets for everyone to see. He's sending this information out to the Proudfoots. He's saying these things to them in emails because I guess that's the only way he can reach out to them and let them know what's going on. Everything in email form. So they know exactly what's going on. All they got to do is click on it and read the emails. If there's links, phone numbers, etc., they can go and reach out to those people. And what are the Proudfoots doing?
I think that's a great development.
Damn thing.
I think that's
all this stuff that I've been working on, and I've sent it to him. I'm just waiting on him to get back with me and be on the same plan with me to find Sebastian.
Now, I also saw Katie spoke on a program over the weekend, and one thing that stuck out to me, she said she's getting daily updates from law enforcement. Are you getting daily updates from law enforcement?
No, sir.
Katie spoke on a program over the weekend, and one thing that stuck out to me, she said she's getting daily updates from law enforcement. Are you getting daily updates from law enforcement?
No, sir.
Still to this day, he has not received not one bit of info from law enforcement. You've heard it on this show multiple times. Every single time that he's called in, every single time that he has ever been on camera doing an interview, you know, like doing a video chat with me live on the show, every single time he has called in, I've asked him that question. Any updates from law enforcement? Nope. Have law enforcement been telling you anything? Nope. He's completely shut out in the dark. The only people that know any type of developments are Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. No one on the Rogers side. They're left out in the cold, y'all. Seth has been left out in the cold. And I think that's one of the main reasons why he's saying, yes, let's align up. Let's make this alliance, because I can find out what's going on here. I can hear what law enforcement is telling them, because apparently law enforcement is telling them everything.
Right. And Pascal was one of the first YouTubers Seth reached out to for help and was in communications with him at this time, you know? So, and yes, Holly, that's what I heard about. Pascal was, you know, Detroit is saying, was he threatened to? And I do believe so. And, you know, he had just had a little baby, and, you know, I mean, I can understand that. It's sad. It's sad because Pascal did a great job covering.
Why aren't they telling the biological father?
But they did that to everyone. They've tried to run us all off by either scaring us, intimidating us, harassing us, sending people locally that live, you know, locally after us, like they did with me, with White Boy and Noel. They thought that they were going to send them to my house and intimidate me and the whole 9 yards. And, you know, I handled it in the court of law. And, you know, they underestimated me.
Who has rights, by the way. This is his son. Why are they not telling him anything? That is wrong. That is wrong. Unless they think that he's like the prime suspect, which he clearly is not. Why wouldn't they give the biological father, who is actually out there in the streets trying to find this young man, any information? Why wouldn't they give him any information? That doesn't make any sense. That's wrong.
And is there a reason? Are they not communicate? They don't want to communicate with you, or is there?
They are communicating with my private investigators. That way, there is no longer me having to take time out of my day while I'm sitting there searching, trying to gather resources, and planning on the next action to take. My private investigators are speaking with them.
And how many?
But if his private investigators are speaking to law enforcement and he's still not receiving anything, that would mean that private investigators aren't getting information either, wouldn't it?
PIs do you have on the case?
Currently, I have 2.
And I'm hearing you talk about private investigators, search teams, canines trained. Is this something that is going to have to be financed some way?
Using the GoFundMe, I've been using everything that's coming in so that I can finance what I can.
And at this point, because it's been 2 months, do you feel like the support is still out there from the public? Or is it dying down at all? Because we don't want it to die down.
Sebastian's army is strong. People want my son found. And every day I wake up God has made sure that I have woken up. My goal is to find my son, and he knows it.
Seth, appreciate you coming on tonight. I know you're extremely busy, but I wanted to make sure everyone knew about Light the Path for Sebastian on the 26th. It's going to be a big crowd. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, and our thoughts are with you.
I am currently working on another vigil as well. I should know soon if I'll be able to have it.
Thanks.
But you've seen countless times Seth has been out here going, I'm willing to try this alliance. Let's see what you guys got. Here's what I got, what you guys got, and still nothing. Remember, he decided to step forward and talk about alliance with Seth at a vigil. Everybody and their mama there. But what actually drives the whole thing home and angers me even more is the fact that he didn't even stay for the vigil. He didn't stay not 1 minute for that vigil. He took himself into his car and he drove off. Now, Dog the Bounty Hunter would be fantastic for this, I would assume. But what's interesting is we had Laura Conlon on the show. She interviewed Dog the Bounty Hunter, and he knew nothing about this case. Well, remember, he broke it down. He did a whole breakdown on that mug and basically said, yeah, all signs point to the parents, period. She was the last person to see him alive and breathing. She says that, all the evidence, he was just like, just from my knee-jerk reaction, just shooting from the hip, mama knows something. And I'm like, wow, he ain't wrong. And he knew nothing about this case. See, hence the reason why there needs to be vigils. Hence the reason why there needs to be content creators and the news still covering this case. Are they really working together? And it sounds like as of last night, as of the update that we got last night, it was a hell no. That is still one-sided, and that Seth is still trying to get some information from the Proudfoots.
The way that some of these YouTubers are out there saying and doing things, I understand it. It draws in the clicks. It draws in the money. That's cool. I got it. At the expense of a tragedy and to a family or families. Let me correct that.
I have not seen the interview, so that's what I'm going to play. Because I have the feeling it's going to be good. I have not heard it. Well, I haven't heard certain parts of it for myself. How about that? But I am excited. Someone needs to explain to me the point of a spokesperson if you have to attend the interviews. Like, if I pay your ass to work for me, go work. Let me know how it turns out. But again, I'm fucking bougie, so whatever.
Good afternoon, fellas. How y'all feeling?
Good evening. Hello, Team Sebastian.
Yes.
How you doing, Pascal?
I'm good, my brother. I'm good. First off, Tony, we got to get straight into it because I know a lot of people are going to sit there and go, wait a second. Tony looks mad familiar. Haven't I seen him on something else before? Yes. No, you didn't see him on a rerun of Friends. You were seeing him on the most recent case that he's still on and still a spokesperson for Caleb Harris. So I want to say, first off, thank you so much for stepping forward and linking up with Seth to be his spokesperson.
Of course.
Now, I'm curious, Seth, why are you having a spokesperson now?
It's been 66 days since my son has gone missing, and dealing with searching, making sure that people are getting vetted, dealing with interviews and everything else. It's time consuming. It's stressful. And when he offered to assist me with it, God sent somebody.
That's what's up. Now, and I love that there is going to be this new alliance. You got Tony coming through, and he's going to speak on behalf of the case, because I know that you have a lot going on for yourself right now, Seth. I mean, as far as just being on there, boots on the ground, trying to find Sebastian right now, there's a lot going on. You're traveling quite a bit. There's a lot of chaos, and there's got to be someone who can actually be connected to the media while you go out and do what you need to do. So, Tony, welcome to the search. Welcome to the story. How's it been so far?
Not that I know of, Straight Talker. I don't know about his searching. Yes, Glitter, you could be my spokesperson. but I don't know if he's searched or not, because they went out on the Facebook and they said they're going to make them private and they're not looking for any new people to help. That's sketchy as fuck to me. I'm sorry. Why would you ever limit the number of people searching for your son? But if they think they got it, maybe they got it.
With this whole thing right now?
It's been good. I mean, Seth and I have gotten close. I've had some good conversations with him. I've also had some good conversations with Chris and Katie. My goal was initially to try to bring everybody together and limit some of the drama that had been out there in the social media streets, as you say, and simply want to help get everybody redirected. And
all right, guys, and I do want to say that I had a conversation with Tony about this very subject, and he told me the same thing. You know, he said in the beginning, I was very adamant about everyone working together. And again, Tony was extremely good with people and understood that there is a value in working together, right? Teamwork makes the dream work, especially when we need both parents. Children need both parents. Sebastian needed all parents, all family, all people, everyone on board. And that's what Tony was striving for, and it just never happened. So again, I just wanted to point that out because I do know that Tony and I spoke extensively about this subject and how he really saw the value and importance, and it became impossible with the way that Chris and Katie were conducting themselves. And again, you know, we learned that we don't want to associate with people when it's guilty by association. So that was another reason, I think, in my opinion, from what I gathered from Tony, that it also just didn't work out, right? Because Chris and Katie weren't holding up to their end of the bargain, and they were extremely difficult to work with, stressing everyone out and just playing games and not taking it seriously. It's awful. It's awful, Christmas Swan. Where is Sebastian? It's awful, you know? No, Scranton, and you know, and just the way that she was covering things, again, I don't see that as doing the Proudfoots any favors either, right? Just the way that she's they're egging each other. I think they're egging each other on. But either way, if you love your friend, you want to, you know, them to check themselves before they wreck themselves, right? And you let them know, like, hey, and that's the thing, that Tony was such a good friend to Seth, because he was guiding Seth. And, you know, again, sometimes we need to be talked down off of a ledge when we're in such a stressful situation like this. You know, you can only imagine or hope for a friend like Tony, who is willing to be like, hey, you know, let's take a deep breath, hold on a second, right? Looking out for your best interests this way. Yeah, so I just wanted to point that out, because he was trying so hard in the beginning to have everyone work together and be that go between, that referee, that person who was, you know, going to smooth things over and represent, you know, the parents.
Find Sebastian. So again, I've had a lot of good conversations with Seth. I've had good conversations with Chris and Katie, and we're not completely done. I'd love to represent.
I wonder if he told Tony Mathis that he could call him daddy. I'm just curious. Like, I would like to ask Tony that. Did Seth say that you could call him daddy to you?
Present them all three and get everybody working together.
Can I ask you that though? Let's get that. Let's get that out of the way. Get the elephant in the room out the way. Has there been any conversations with the Proudfoots, and why aren't you representing all three right now?
So I've laid that offer out there for Chris and Katie. Again, I had about a 2-hour phone conversation with them last week. You know, I felt like we were in a good place. I made it known kind of how I operate, which is I do control all the media. I really would like, as I've told Seth and I told Chris the same thing, told Katie the same thing. I really would like them to be out from in front of the camera. I think there's been a lot of drama, a lot of deterrence from finding Sebastian, and really I'd like to take control of that for them and get everybody united to finding Sebastian. So, you know, one of the prerequisites when we do an interview is, as I told you earlier today, is, you know, if I was if I was representing Chris and Katie and I was doing an interview with them, there would be no talking about Seth. And when we do an interview with Seth, we're not going to discuss Chris and Katie. We're not going to throw darts at each other. I'm going to lead by example. And we are going to focus on finding Sebastian, just like we're focused on finding Caleb on the other case I'm working on. So bless.
I can't help but notice that this guy, when we're here on the bottom, always acts like he needs an adult.
Hey, did you know you might get a big cash payout if you were in a car accident up to 1 year ago? Even if you weren't driving. Just click the link around this video to see how much you can get.
Or like a handler. You know what I mean? Like, what grown-ass motherfucking person cannot get on like a YouTube channel and not just be off the rails? Like,
Okay, it's amazing to me coming from someone that has no self-control talking about Seth that way. I'm here to tell you that Seth is a grown-ass man. He conducts himself extremely well given the circumstances, much, much better than I would. I would have been arrested at least once during this whole thing. And like I always tell you guys, it's the part where Chris allegedly tells Seth, what are you going to do when this goes south? Right? What are you going to do if this goes south? I might have just lost it there. How dare you, for one, right? Or how about when they want to get on the same page and make a pact? Right? Let's get on the same page. What do you mean get on the same page? Why don't you start telling the truth? He has shown so much restraint. And for someone to come up here and judge him so harshly, it's ridiculous in my opinion.
you big fucking man, baby. That's all I want to say. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can agree. Look at the face on him. I paused. Sorry. But like, I can agree maybe, but it just shows me that you're not like a man. Like, ain't no man hiring no spokesperson. Like, you ain't fucking famous, bro. You know what I mean? That's more.
Well,
he's like Beyonce.
I mean, in fact,
handle this media. Thank you.
He has become famous, right? Because of the shit he's willing to come out on these streets.
The very
Tony's got to learn. Pascal didn't educate him that it's not streets, it's streets.
The very minute that something else happens that draws people's attention, your fame is gonna like dwindle so hard. Like, I don't know, whatever.
To be a part of this, and I think we got a lot of.
No, not whatever. I feel like people should be telling him that. You understand that the very minute something that like calls for clicks and views and shit like that, you realize that your Terry Lynn's and your Smileys and all them, they're gonna do what you told them. Fuck off. I'm just saying, like, somebody should really. But I think that's also, well, let me just shut up. I'll be quiet and play. Go.
Work to do, but I'm up for the challenge.
No doubt. No doubt. Seth, anything you want to add on top of what Tony just said?
His goal is my goal. To keep Sebastian in the forefront. Sebastian is the goal. Everything else is a distraction. We just want to find Sebastian and bring him home.
Right on. Right on. I think we all can agree on that, right? Every single one of us that's in the chat. I mean, even so. I know that there's going to be some pushback, some people that feel some type of way about anything about this case, but we can all agree. We can all agree on that one thing, which is bringing Sebastian back home.
I know that I jumped in my vehicle and drove to North Carolina.
I'm glad you mentioned that. So you drove all the way down to North Carolina to the actual space, to the place where this photo was taken. Was there anything in particular that you saw or anything of that sort before we get into the?
When I got there, Tony was right. They would not let me see the video footage. So I took that opportunity to hand out flyers. Nobody knew my son was missing to begin with. It is North Carolina. It's outside of Tennessee. But I used the opportunity as I went up there. Every time I stopped for gas, use the bathroom, anything, hand out flyers the whole way up and the whole way back.
and kept spreading the word even when you were down there and all your and your path back home or back to Tennessee. But can we talk about that for a second? So you went all the way down there, right? You went all the way down to Linville, North Carolina, right? You asked, can I see the photo or can I see some footage? And they said no. Why did they do that, Seth? Do you know?
It's under investigation. They informed me that law enforcement had told them not to share the video until everything had been vetted. From my understanding, TBI reached out to North Carolina, what they classify as SBI, and asked for their assistance. And
interesting.
It's under an investigation. They're not going to show it. They're not going to release it.
But I feel like naturally a lot of people are going to react the same way. I'm thinking in my head, it's like, this is your biological son. You have rights, don't you? So why wouldn't they let you go and see this footage? Tony, can you expand on that a little bit?
So I broke this down for you earlier today, and I broke it down for Seth the other day, and Seth can answer this question as we play through this. If they show that video to Seth, and that video shows Sebastian walking into a vehicle and getting into a vehicle with a stranger, and Seth catches a glimpse of the license plate on that vehicle, Seth, what would you do in that situation?
Retrieve my son by any means necessary.
Exactly.
By any means necessary.
So that's why.
Right. And a scared person would not say something like that. Seth is very confident. He is a very confident person, and just knowing him, he does exude that confidence. He's a protector. He's always looking out for other people. Seth is very serious at times. A little bit too serious, sometimes. So I poke him, right? Poke the bear. But I mean, look, he's missing his son. None of us met under good circumstances here when we have a missing child, and that's Sebastian. And again, this is Cluminati. She had a channel here on YouTube, but it was taken down because of the vile content, because of the terms of service violations, in my opinion. I've said it before too. I don't think that any of the channels should be taken down because, again, I'm playing this for documentation, right? I'm playing this for documentation purposes, and as it pertains to what is currently even still ongoing in Sebastian's case, right? This litigation that's bringing up new topics and buzz around Sebastian's case. But going back to all of this, it really does play a big role in how things transpired. Right. And, and I think, Liberty, I think a lot of it has to do with her low self-esteem and low self-worth, because when you don't like yourself, then you're not going to like anybody else either, so there's a part of me that, feels somewhat bad in certain ways, because of how transparent it is. I mean, you can just sit and observe and you see that, right? It pours out of her, and that's why I think she's so nasty, in my opinion. But again, she was, like you were saying too, the spokesperson, or I think it was Rosebud, the spokesperson for the Proud Fee at the time. I mean, yes, they went on Queen Bee's panel, and I think Chris would go on Granny, ended up going on like Barbecue, but mostly he would like to go to Clue's channel, and and he would blow up over there as well, which I'm sure didn't help her situation with that sort of thing either, because there was a lot of really bad things he would say on there and things like that. It's difficult because in wanting to preserve what happened, kind of time capsule style, which is what I appreciate, because of my trauma. I keep everything, I document everything, and it's because of my trauma. It's because I've had to prove it. I've had to bring that to the attention of, the courts, the Catholic Church, and in that situation, having all of your ducks in a row, and having everything documented in an order is only going to help you more, right? Because it's hard to remember every detail and every instance. But if you write it down and you keep track of it, it just shows that it did, in fact, happen. And again, that's just a trauma response, but I think it's a positive one, like hypervigilance and knowing your surroundings and things like that. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, but it does come from trauma, nonetheless. So with this situation, I think it's important for us to still listen to what's being said here, especially because here we are with this lawsuit. Um, I will say it was alarming to me when I saw that Clue was able to purchase a spot and a sponsorship for Pigfest, as if these people don't know who they are. But I was uh, very happy to find out that the higher ups were not aware of her actions and did deny the spot. Um, and that's why she went to South Carolina to visit her folks, um, which is good. That's great. She got to go see her folks. That's a better use of her time than trying to sabotage or trying to flex about um, her status in the area. And again, I think it's all for show. I think it's just really the cries of somebody that wants to be um, more, how do you say it, glamorous or bougie. I mean, she calls herself bougie than she is, right? And that just comes with her not liking herself, and then again, it's sad. um but she obviously isn't as big as she thought she was, and isn't as tough as she thought she was, right? When we look at this situation as a whole. um and has it humbled her at all? I don't know. I haven't heard anything from her, but again, for all intents and purposes of what we're discussing, I thought it was interesting and helpful to bring this up, to put it into perspective and show it again. So, good morning, Faye.
Okay. So that makes sense. They want to make sure everything is properly vetted before they release any type of information. But it's been a week now. So what's taking so doggone long? Tony?
Well, there's a lot to it. I mean, they've got to first verify that of who took the picture. They've got to do their homework on that. They've got a video. They're gonna probably have to get some subpoenas. I mean, it's not a lot different than a lot of other cases. I mean, you start having to get subpoenas for information, and none of that happens quickly. So, obviously the situation that Seth is in, if I'm him, I want it done yesterday. If I'm Katie or Chris, I want it done yesterday. But the truth is, there is going to have to be a little bit of patience to figure out what it is we're digging into here.
When I arrived, I could see that there was security cameras, which means there will be footage. And when I asked, they told me that they were informed not to show me anything because it is under investigation by law enforcement.
Wow. Okay. And there's nothing you can do to expedite this at all?
No, sir.
Any word from the Proudfoots about this photo? Do they believe this to be Sebastian, or do they think different?
I haven't had much communication with them since I returned from North Carolina. And when I was up in North Carolina, I had no signal.
Hopefully you guys are going to have a conversation soon, right?
Correct.
Where y'all have signal at the same time. We'll work together. That alliance is still prominent, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, fingers crossed, real talk. Fingers crossed for that. But I just wanted to give you guys the update, introduce you guys to the news spokesperson, and talk about this sighting here. And I appreciate you guys blessing us with your time. Real talk. Seth, Tony, we really do appreciate it. Real talk. Michelle says, thank you so much. Sebastian Strong, all day. We agree. All day.
Just like Pascal, I would definitely, your fan base is Sebastian's army. They are Team Sebastian. With their help, with everybody's help, Sebastian will be found and brought home. And I appreciate all the help that you're doing by keeping my son's name out there. And I appreciate all the support.
Of course, brother. Of course, we're all Sebastian Strong here. Okay, all of us. We all want the same thing: Sebastian at home, transparency, truth, and just him home, right? And I
also want to say what a good influence Tony was on Seth as well. And that's what good friends are to each other. And I just think that's so cute that they're wearing their polo shirts. Seth, don't come for me. I know you're probably going to get me back for that statement. But I think it's nice. And I do think that Tony just had the best interest for Seth at heart. And I love seeing that. And it just makes me feel good inside knowing that Sebastian had such a great guy on his side, and that Pascal had set up and everything like that. It's just such a shame that we had so many people trying to break that apart and rip Tony apart personally. Sick, twisted, demented, in my opinion.
like we'd all do the same for each other, right? We'd all fight and bring up conversations and have a Tony Mathis, like I said, having someone to come in and take the brunt of some of the heavy lifting while you can go off and work on finding Sebastian, figuring out if he is in North Carolina or not. We're all here for the exact same goal at the end of the day. Even Michelle says, amen, right? Keynes says, CP verbally abused a lady today, so good luck. Well,
we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. So, rumor milling, okay? And I will say this too. The Prophets love to have them on this platform to have a conversation anytime they want, literally. I want to make that abundantly clear, okay? Because, hey, they have some information. Seth has some information. If there really is an alliance going on, come on over.
I swear to God, if they ever talk to you, I don't even know what I would be thinking in my head. Because you right here, sir, all that stuff you helped spread and just destroy their image. Hell no. Hell no. Wouldn't happen. It would not happen.
Their image? Their image. That's an interesting choice of words. Good night, Brenda Brown. Sweet dreams. There's just so much wrong with that, right? And here's the thing. It's not about their image. It's about finding Sebastian. So again, this is why Seth talks about dropping the ego, right? Because that's the ego talking right there. Oh, my image, you insulted my image. So what? It's not about you. It's about Sebastian. For the billionth, trillionth time already. I mean, it's so dense. It's so horrible. Good night, crazy bird. That any of this has happened, and that they just couldn't put that aside. But then you have people that are supposedly in their corner just egging them on to make the wrong decisions, because a person that cared about them in their corner would say, Chris and Katie, I know Seth's an asshole. I know he is, right? He's a real dick. But guess what? We need to find Sebastian. And so the best thing that we can do is to get together, right, on this and just play ball a little bit, right? Compromise. It's a give and take, right? You might be gritting your teeth the whole time. You might have anxiety. You might not want to deal with the other person, but you have to for the sake of your child. A good friend would say that. A good friend would give that advice. But somehow they're not doing that. And, Chris and Katie are grown adults. I'm just saying good friends wouldn't allow for them to wreck themselves this way, in my opinion.
I mean, they're grown. They do whatever the fuck they want. I'm just saying, wouldn't happen. Sit there beside this lump of something right here. Could you imagine if them two were in the middle, how the chat would be? Oh gosh, you're dancing with the devil.
Let's have a conversation. Because I also heard over the past week that there were pants that were found. Can we talk a little bit about that? Tony, do you have any information about the pants? Okay, Seth, any information on the pants that were found?
While I was in North Carolina, somebody did reach out to me and stated that they found a pair of pants in a park. I don't remember the exact name of the park. I did reach out to the detective over the case and let them know that somebody found a pair of pants that were like the ones that Katie described Sebastian wearing. And I let him know. He said he was going to take care of it. And he turned around and had him collect it.
Okay. But they said it's not a match, right? There's no connection.
Correct. They let me know the next day that they were not Sebastian's.
How did they know?
From my understanding, it was the wrong size.
Wrong size. Did they say it was too small, too big? What does he usually wear? What size
They did not tell me. They did not tell me specifics. They just said that the size was wrong.
Interesting. Okay.
But I definitely would like to extend my thank yous to the 2 lady officers that went into the river, into it, and fought off the deadly moccasins and ticks that the other gentleman wasn't. Because at least somebody was able to do something. I couldn't do it myself. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the officers that did.
Well, hey, shout out to those officers for being willing to get dirty. Long story short, right?
Yes.
I was into him. How would Sebastian introduce himself?
If you start a conversation with him, he would more than likely introduce him like I've taught him to introduce himself. He would tell you his first and last name. Hi, I am Sebastian Rogers. Or if he's not comfortable with you, he might just tell you his first name.
Okay. But he'll still introduce himself as Sebastian. He wouldn't use some sort of nickname or anything else.
No, he never liked any of the nicknames I gave him.
What were some of the nicknames that you would give him?
I like to call him my Padawan, and he really didn't appreciate that. He thinks he's a Jedi Knight. Don't make him pull out the lightsaber.
Don't let him do that. God forbid. Don't do that. Okay.
Last year, he went through, because normally when he gets glasses, he gets 2 frames at least.
Yeah.
Because I personally remember Katie asking me, I think we replaced his glasses 6 times last year.
Wow.
So
6 times. I mean, wait. So it's 6 times, meaning they just kept breaking 6 times in a row, or like he just wanted to change his swag a little bit? The look,
He falls asleep with him in the bed and then rolls over on him. I mean, he's a kid.
Yeah.
He's out there playing gym class, and a couple times I think he's taken a basketball to the face, and we've had to replace his glasses before.
Okay.
He doesn't understand that glasses cost a lot, but what kid does?
Yeah. True. An active kid, they're going to go through, and they wear glasses every day. They're going to be going through some glasses. That's some real talk. Flower, thank you so much. Seth, have you ever met Katie's mother or sister? That's a good question.
Yeah, we're not gonna talk about that.
Okay.
Of course, he's met them. Yeah.
Okay.
It's been like 12 years since I've met any of their family, and after the divorce, there was no reason for us to really keep in contact.
Makes sense. I just know that, there's a lot of speculation and questions about all the, this photo and all that too. So I get it.
That's what I said, Sydney. I'm sitting here like, hold on a minute. How is he taking a basketball to the face and y'all don't let him play sports?
Okay, because Seth specifically said that it happened in gym class or PE, a required course, right? At all the schools in America. We all have to take PE, right? Or some of us, when you're in high school, can take ROTC instead, right? But that's still going to be some PT, physical training, right? And so that's how it happened. It's not that they were letting him play sports. It's that he was probably playing in PE class, right? And he took a basketball to the face because in PE, you play all of the different types of sports. You learn how to play them, right? I don't know. Maybe her PE wasn't like that.
If he's is he in gym at school? You know what I mean? That could be, but I don't know. A couple of times he's taken a basketball to the face. I don't know. Maybe. Whatever.
And respectfully to your group, Pascal, it's going to feel like a big change, but we have to prove to each other as we're talking in different venues that we are committed to focusing on Sebastian. And any conversation that goes from Seth to Chris and Katie, or from Chris and Katie about Seth, it's just not productive.
Yeah. No, and I agree. I 110% agree. Go ahead, Seth.
I agree. I mean, in order to keep this about Sebastian, we need to only talk about Sebastian.
No doubt. No doubt.
We're working together. It may be tenuous at times, but we're still working together.
That's
and the goal is Sebastian.
And I agree.
I hear this guy is like really smart though, or really good at something. I don't really know what he does, but I haven't heard like super negative things about him. So
As long as the goal is the common goal, right? Finding Sebastian, you know, no mud being slinging back and forth, nothing getting murky. We're just here to find Sebastian, right? And I think there's a lot of.
Oh, Pascal, now you're here for that. Is that what you're here for, Rascal? Okay.
I mean, and I'll say, right, like I appreciate the shit out of that. I really do. I hope that that's what it becomes, right? That that this PR guy, that this was all up there so that he could make an introduction and it be legit, come across as legit, and the bullshit shit slinging stops, right? But I also hope that the self-promotion stops as well, because that looks sketch as fuck. It just is what it is. And I think if this guy comes out and starts being the face for this situation, I don't really have an issue with that, because it would stop the drama and keep the situation relevant. You know what I mean?
I mean, to be fair, you really don't have anything left to sling. So I don't even know why this person in the middle is like needed. You know, like what kind of man can't sit up there on a fucking panel and when someone says something about Chris or Katie, say, I'm not talking about that. That like, bro, okay, hold on. Also, y'all talk about these names like I ought to know who these people are. Who is Randy Harris? You know who that is? I don't either. I don't know who no Randy Harris is.
Good afternoon. How you doing? I'm Andrea Johnson from DCFS, and I'm here to observe the home visit today. So if everything go good, then baby Johnny may stay overnight.
But I'm just saying, like, I feel like that's crazy. Like, I don't know how you need to be told what to talk about and what not to talk about. And I don't know how you don't have what it takes as a man to control your own mouth yourself. Because let me tell you why I say that. And let me tell you why that bothers me. How do you do it in front of your son, Seth? If you don't have somebody holding your hand all the time, just like you're proving you need right now, how do you keep from talking shit about Chris and Katie in front of your son? Just curious. Asking for a friend. Did you want to say something?
No, I'm good.
Hey, Andrea. Andrea. I need to make sure the child can handle the child. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel you. Oh, you know what? Do not get all up in my grill, sister girl, okay?
Was your voice dressed up for Halloween? Excuse me?
So what is the status?
Sorry,
of
guys. Oh, that's this old lady freedom videos I used to make. All right, so that was a clip from Shameless, one of my favorite shows about the South Side of Chicago, and yeah, that's just basically. I mean, you know, Clue does that accent every now and then, and maybe that's why her and Katie get together because they do accents together. It's your voice dressed up for Halloween, Lori. My goodness. That show's so crazy. But I love that lady, Veronica. She gets so mad at that lady. She's like, I feel you. It's too funny. So, yeah, I mean, just spot on, right? Spot on.
search for Sebastian? As you sit here tonight, what is going on? Who is doing what, whether it's law enforcement, any private organizations, members of the public, whoever? What is the status of all of that?
We have we have over 50 people that are working on this case. Just in investigators, FBI. I mean, been working with the FBI. It's how we got a reward out there. Sumner County, the people that are in charge of Sumner County refuse to connect the dots. So we have to go beyond Sumner County. My son is somewhere, and me personally, I believe Katie knows.
Vinny, you can tell that we're a little bit more uptight tonight than we usually are. But we've watched the antics. We've watched Chris smile and laugh and joke in court when we've got a broken father and Seth that's missing his son.
Seth Rogers, the biological father of Sebastian and an advocate for Griffin, says the judge's decision to rule in favor of the protection order hinders the search for his son.
What I heard today is that you're not allowed to have free speech. You're not allowed to sit there and ask questions, you know, as somebody would say, the hard questions, and get an answer. Those are 4 scared cowards, in my opinion. And if they're going to try to take away one of my voices, they're going to have to get ready for my voice.
That's right, Seth. That's right. Seth is Sebastian's voice, and he has been Sebastian's voice since day one. Since day one. I think Sebastian is very proud of Seth and how he's kept his name out there.
I spoke with Christopher after the hearing ended. He did not want to go on camera, but did say that he hopes the focus remains on the search for Sebastian Rogers. Griffin is due back in court on November 20th for 6 counts of violating a protection order. In Gallatin, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
And so I understand that a 9-minute video was played in court to sort of, you know, bolster the side of the plaintiffs, and which the plaintiff was Chris Proudfoot, right? Nobody else, because there were already 3 that sort of by default were awarded because the no-show, and then, you know, Betty claimed that she didn't have enough time, and you know, that's all up, you know, all that it could be handled during an appeal. This as well, and you guys plan to appeal, correct?
Correct.
In all honesty, you know, at what point do you go, you know, that she's got to stand down? I mean, is it after the appeal or what? Because I don't have an opinion about it one way or the other. I do think that outsiders do not get a fair shake a lot of the time when they're from out of town, and you know, they're perceived to come in and cause trouble. Judges typically don't like dealing with outsiders, to be honest with you, and that is the truth. At what point do you just go, you know, I'm not going to be a martyr, and I'm not going to go to jail trying to prove a point that simply cannot be proven?
Well, we're too deep into it now to turn back, Josh. I mean, we're in a situation now where it's not about fighting for a channel. It's about fighting for her freedom.
Right. But I mean, the judge, like, I don't know what the judge was saying other than, you know, stop, or, you know, he ruled against her ultimately. I mean, is there a gag on her now?
No, the protective order that's issued is pretty clear, and what she has to be held to is what's inside the 4 corners of that protective order.
Okay.
So everybody says that she can't do this, she can't do that. Well, what she cannot do is she cannot have direct or indirect contact. Indirect contact is defined as having somebody else contact them on her behalf, and she's never done that to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, but after the appeals, after the appeal process, whatever the decision is, because I think what can happen is you can shoot it to the appellate courts. They can hear it, they can overrule it, they can keep it the same. I mean, you know, it does kind of feel like she is running out of rope a little bit here.
Well, I think that she never had any rope in Sumner County. I think I feel that way. Seth feels that way. I think that getting that out of Sumner County and taking it to the appellate court, which is in Davidson County, it's in Nashville. Mm-hmm. I think that we all feel like that it's going to be about the law, and there will be a lot more evidence provided at that appeal.
Yeah.
That we weren't really able to provide in the PO hearing. You know, the PO hearing is pretty cut and dry. It's what is not the plaintiff, but the petitioner. What is the petitioner claiming, and what is the respondent claiming? Mm-hmm. And, you know, when we get to the appeals court, it'll be a more drawn out process, and there will be no 9-minute video with a bunch of clips.
Seth is such an amazing person. May God bless him abundantly. Praying for Sebastian to be returned home safe and soon.
Thank you, Ms. Kimberly.
Would you let him babysit your kids, Kimberly? Just curious.
Yes, Primrose. Seth, praying every day Sebastian is alive and you are reunited with your son soon. Much support and love to you. May you remain strong and find him ASAP. Yes, I think we all agree on that as well. Okay, when he comes home, hold on tight. That's what Sharon just said. Brandy said, we love you, Seth. Yeah, I think we're Seth. Good luck. I hope your heart helps find Sebastian. You have hundreds of us who care, and you have chosen well with Tony. Much love. Thank you, Tony. Yes, Tony. Yes, I do appreciate you coming in and putting in the effort, you know, because I know that you are working very, very hard and very, very diligently and very closely to the Caleb Harris case. But I know that the Harris family gave you the blessing to be a part of this case. And I think that's a very wonderful thing. It shows the character of the.
I should have super chatted in there $100 so my shit would make sure it was pulled up on the screen. And I would have literally asked the question whether Rascal liked it coming up in his chat or not. What's the youngest person you've ever diddled? That ain't got nothing involved with Chris and Katie, bro. You should be able to answer that question. I'm just saying.
The Harris family being able to share the wealth, if that makes
I'd like
any
to say
sense.
also thank you to Randy and to the family. We've had many conversations, and I appreciate the fact that they are allowing.
I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, Lori, I forgot that was even said. It caught me off guard. I was like, whoa, okay, I'm awake. Yeah, I mean, that's an example of the vile, nasty Detroit. I mean, this is it. I mean, this is why, right? That is horrible. I mean, it just, and then she's reviewing this serious interview with the father of a missing child. Yeah, it's like, why? Very disgusting and just unbecoming of a person that acts that way.
Literally asked the question whether Rascal liked it coming up in his chat or not. What's the youngest person you've ever diddled? That ain't got nothing involved with Chris and Katie, bro. You should be able to answer that question. I'm just saying.
The Harris family being able to share the wealth, if that makes
I'd like to
any
say
sense.
also thank you to Randy and to the family. We've had many conversations, and I appreciate the fact that they are allowing Tony to help me find my son.
Adding Tony on is an amazing thing. For real.
We got we not only got the mom and the dad's approval, we even got the grandma's approval. We call her Nana. We got Nana's approval.
Well, shout out to Nana. What's up, Nana? I appreciate it. I'm very, very excited because this needed to happen. Okay, this most definitely needed to happen.
You know, we're going to talk a little bit more about law enforcement, Pascal, when you're ready to talk about it. But I'd certainly like to see a little more transparency there. And I'm not speaking for the whole family when I say that. I'm speaking for Seth. But I would also like Katie and Chris to have a little more information about what exactly is going on. And, you know, I know that's not the major concern for Chris and Katie, but it is for Seth. I would like to get more information. Right now, I'm not going all in on law enforcement, but when I do, you'll know that I'm going all in on law enforcement. I'm simply saying right now that I would like more generalized information about what's going on with the case. You know, are they still believing that the kid just, you know, walked out of the house and took off? You know, generalize things that don't impede the integrity of the case, because I think that what Chris and Katie and Seth know right now is not near as much as I'd want to know if this was my son that was missing. And I'll just leave it at that.
No doubt. And of course, anytime you're ready to talk about what you just kind of tapped in on as far as law enforcement and what you want from them and all that, the floor is open. Just, you know, just holler. Just let me know, Tony. And, you know, we will definitely talk, because I know that I know there's been a lot of questions about TBI, about local law enforcement, the lack thereof, and all that. I know that there's a lot that I'm hoping that having you involved will hopefully expedite a few things and get things moving a little bit faster and sooner, you know, for lack of a better term, phrase, you know, so that maybe you can get some things put in the light a little bit for you guys. We're gonna say, Tony?
we can put all the pressure we need on law enforcement. I mean, I'm obviously new to this, and I'm digging in, and I'm understanding who all the players are. I clearly know who all the players are in Caleb's case. But when I get dug in a little bit and I figure out who the players are, then, hopefully at that point we'll know. Still holding out hope that I end up representing the whole family and that the goal is united. But, right now I feel like there's more information that could be coming out of them. And when I decide to turn up the heat on those guys, then you won't be the only one that knows that. They'll know it.
Okay, good. Yeah, let me know, because I really do want to know. One thing I want to piggyback off of on that particular question, which it was a very good question. So and all the questions have been fantastic. Real talk. So thank you, everybody, because I feel like everybody and their mama in my world, I feel like everybody and their mama knows about Sebastian's case, but it feels like even Dog the Bounty Hunter didn't know about this case until it was brought up to him. All right.
Well, I can tell you that there will be more news. There will be more media coverage. That's part of the reason that Seth brought me on. But I will shoot you straight, Pascal. I mean, a lot of these people that are watching this story, when they see a lot of this drama that's gone on, and to be completely fair, again, I had great conversations with Chris and Katie. I told Chris that he was not good on camera. I told Seth in private.
Now,
Let him finish.
I think he's lying.
Let him finish.
He was not good on camera. I told him the arguing back and forth was causing people not to want to cover the case. And that's part of my goal in getting everything cleaned up and centralized, is that I want more real media attention. But we're going to get that. It's coming.
Okay.
I'm just curious how in the hell this man had a great conversation with Chris, considering he don't like to talk to men.
Yeah, I mean, some tidying up, a little bit of spring cleaning doesn't hurt nobody, especially if it means we're able to expand and get the case out there to a larger demographic, to a larger audience, to make it more nationwide, because he could be in North Carolina. I hope he really is. I hope that photo really is him, but he could be in California right now. He could be anywhere. So getting the word out there, I think, is really important. Seth, did you want to say something?
I was going to say, that's why I've asked the world to help me find my son. I need everybody. If you see something, say something. Head up, eyes open. If you see him, take a picture. That's great. Say his name. Sebastian, your dad's looking for you. And see, I mean, he's got to know that I'm looking for him. I hope that he understands that I won't stop.
He does.
Yeah,
he knows.
He most definitely does, Seth, for sure. If he's not seeing any of these videos or any of these interviews that you've done, he knows it just from the energy that you're putting out, okay, and the prayers that you're putting out here, for real. All right. In fact, somebody just said, Seth, we met in Hendersonville. We were looking for your son. Even though you wouldn't speak with me, I still pray for you and the safe return of Sebastian every day. I continue to use my platforms to get the word out. Thank you, Steph.
Oh, I don't know what that says about that girl. I'm assuming it's a girl, Steph, because I ain't seen nobody he won't speak to unless, me. But
do appreciate that, and of course, any opportunity, right? Of course, Flower Power just said, please take care of yourself, Seth. Okay, as your son is going to need you at 100% when he does come home. I absolutely agree. Now, something that, and there's other people that are coming in saying that they're praying for you and all that. And I just got one last question. I appreciate, Tired as a Mother, I appreciate you saying that with Seth. We pray for you. Tony, you are amazing. I absolutely agree. Okay, this is two really great people lining up and going for the greater good. Okay, going for a collected goal, which I'm very excited about.
And it's like, if you were to take somebody, would you not be in all the chat groups and stuff so you could know what was going on and know if they were on to you, et cetera, et cetera? So why would you ever do that? You know what I mean? Yeah. And then Straight Talker, I wanted to point out what you said. I think Chris Proudfeet is a decent dude and has bent over backwards to try to get along with Seth. I personally agree with that. And I think it's ridiculous that whatever he does is like an issue or a problem. You guys have just lost your minds, in my opinion. Like it's the craziest thing I've personally ever seen.
I'm excited to see what comes of this. I will say this though too, since I got you guys here, I am hopeful that Seth, Chris, and Katie can work together in unified front, and hopefully, Tony, you're able to, if that's possible. If not, nothing.
I'll do
wrong
it.
with it.
I'll do
But
anything to help the kid.
I'm hoping that that alliance can actually happen, and you can.
Oh, that statement. I'll do anything to help the kid. Not Seth, not Chris, not Katie.
Represent all three of them. But if it doesn't happen, it's all good. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean anything bad. I just understand things are, it is the way it is right now. Okay. Again, Tony, I appreciate you for being here. Okay. Seth, of course. Thank you so much for being here.
You guys aren't being told anything from investigators. Seth isn't being told anything. I don't think that do you have any knowledge if Chris and Katie are in contact with law enforcement?
We don't have any knowledge of that. And quite frankly, there's been so many inconsistencies with things that Chris has said. I don't know that we'd believe him one way or the other.
I remember when he said that law enforcement told him not to take a polygraph. And I found that, I mean, any law enforcement officer that would give legal advice to, I wouldn't say a suspect or person of interest, but somebody that's directly involved, like in the circle of the case, would probably get in a lot of trouble for giving any kind of advice like that. So I don't believe that. I didn't believe that. I think it was kind of a way to skirt around it. I know there are people say, well, he took one. I don't know if he did or not.
Well,
it was
TBI told our team directly that the same, if you want to call it advice, but the same statement was given to Seth and Chris and Katie, which is you can do what you want to do, but if you're going to take a polygraph, just please be careful that you know the nature of the polygraph and what you're going to be asked.
Yeah, but that's not the same as saying they told him not to.
It's not at all the same, because that same statement was given to Seth before Seth went and took the polygraph with Nancy Grace. And he, you can call it what you want to call it, but he lied to Nancy. He lied to a lot of people when he said we were told not to take the polygraph. It's
Right, he sure did. This is a great point by Tony. Great point by Tony.
just simply not true.
Taking the hard questions. Where's the poly?
Fuck, I'm making that t-shirt.
Where's the poly? Where's the poly? Let's make some soap. Where's the poly?
That's happening. I will wear the fuck out of that shit too. It's a very different thing to like do this, and it's like you speak to the people. Like Fiance said, it's probably something we'll never ever do again, ever, just because you do. Like, I do feel bad when I see shit come out on Facebook about.
Believe it or not, I will draw the person you will marry. One of my clients asked for a refund. She thought the man I sketched looked like her.
Chris and Katie, especially Katie. Like, you just want to like have the power and ability to just erase it before anybody sees it, because it is absolutely ridiculous. What do you think of that interview?
Yeah. What was your thoughts on?
It's an interview. I mean,
yeah.
Not nerve shattering.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell people that we're going to discuss things that we're not supposed to discuss. I'm not. Yeah. I mean, I think Seth how about using Mr. Mathis as a spokesperson probably is a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with being on YouTube's. I mean, if you're going to use a spokesperson, I would definitely push. YouTube wouldn't have been my first place, for sure. But I guess small steps is better than no steps. So that's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean,
Objection.
At least there wasn't no shit slinging tonight. I'm thankful for that. So.
I got a question.
Well,
sorry.
Here's what I will say. Despite how everybody out there has their own opinions, despite how everybody has their own feelings, at the end of the day, when you go in and you look at the situation for truly what it is, you strip away all the crap, go back to meat and potatoes of what it just is. It's three parents that are seriously hurting because they don't have their son.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. And everybody's going to react differently, and everybody's going to lash out in their own ways. And some have a little bit more control than others. And that's on all three of us. Because I will tell you right now, I'm beyond frustrated that we have a situation we actually have no leads on. Absolutely nothing. Nothing credible anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My wife is hurting. You know, everybody wants to know why she doesn't want to go and talk. Well, it's simple. You know, everybody just bashes, and bashes. You know, everybody has a narrative, and they need a villain to fill in that narrative.
Yeah.
And it's terrible. It truly is. It's a terrible thing that it is where it has, and you know, it's her or it's me. In some cases, it may be Seth, and it really shouldn't be. I think all these YouTube videos out here should change course a little bit. I mean, yes, you're going to have your people out there that are going to say the things that they want to say, accuse people what they want to accuse them of, because in the end, everybody has the same question. How and why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's only one person holding that answer, and that's who we're all looking for. You know, and everybody wants to see that, well, it can't be this because of this, and it can't be that because this doesn't make sense. You know, and in all truth, a lot of it doesn't make sense. It truly doesn't.
No, I
But
mean, yeah.
Every situation is different. Not one single case is ever the same. It's really not. Here's what they don't know. All three parents were vetted. All three parents were cleared. Now, law enforcement is not going to come out and say that because they can't for protocol reasons. You know?
Yeah.
It's
well, and I have
yes,
asked.
there was a reason to show that we, as in any one of the parents, had any form of negligence, any foul play. Don't you think after 60-something days, somebody would be in a pair of handcuffs? Because it's going to be very hard for folks to understand and try to put stuff together and wrap their head around the idea of we just don't know. Because, I mean, people are saying, you know, they just don't disappear. Well, we understand that. We do. And we're not saying no to that, but we're saying nobody has an idea.
Yeah.
Law enforcement, nothing.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people have got ideas, but nobody's got any evidence. Is that a fair statement?
I mean, that is very fair. Law enforcement has said it best. Everything is still on the table. There's absolutely no evidence of foul play.
Yeah.
And that all parents have been cooperating since day one with all law enforcement, regardless of what they've asked for. Doesn't matter. Let me tell you something. Your world that you think that you have, let me tell you something how bad it flips inside out. Every intimate detail that you could ever think of will come out. It will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily mean all of it, the good, the bad, the ugly. You know, people sit down and look in a mirror, look at themselves and actually say, I've never done anything that I regret or I'm not proud of. It would come out. It would. And it sucks, but it will, because that's what people are trying to do. We don't go out because we listen to what law enforcement tells us to do.
Right.
Well, and I
If
mean,
law enforcement says we need to be available, then by golly, we're going to be available for whatever they need.
yeah. Well,
And Seth, I'm not speaking negative on Seth. I need everybody to understand this. Yeah, he's said some things that him and I and Katie will handle later and down the road. It doesn't have to be he said, she said, let's point fingers, poke each other's eyes out, and then play this game. It doesn't have to be that way. It never should have been that way. I mean, he's grieving. He's dealing with his grief in his own way.
Okay, guys, so one more thing I want to go over before I end this video is Seth Rogers' declaration. This is part of the RICO filing, and it says, I, Seth Rogers, being duly sworn according to law, hereby depose and affirm the following. I, Seth Rogers, residing at Redacted, Clarksville, Tennessee, declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, pursuant to 18 PA CS 4904, relating to unsworn falsification to authorities, that the foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. I am Seth Rogers, the biological father of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. From the very beginning, I've been certain in my gut that my ex-wife, Katie Proudfoot, and her husband, Chris Proudfoot, are involved in the disappearance of my son, Sebastian. Chris asked me to get our stories straight, and that is quoted here, get our stories straight about Sebastian, implying that he wanted me to lie. When I refused, they both cut off all communication with me. They've shown no interest in finding our son, and their behavior only deepens my belief that they are hiding something. Every day that goes by without their help only makes me more certain that they know more than they're saying about what happened to Sebastian. For 7 long months, I've been living the nightmare of a missing child. It's something no parent should ever have to face. The pain is unbearable, and it's made even worse by the fact that the very people who should have cared, Chris and Katie, have turned their backs on me instead of searching for Sebastian. They've aligned themselves with people more interested in tearing me down than finding my son. I feel like I am being blocked at every turn by the Proudfoots and their group of online creators. They've spread rumors, attacked me publicly, and worked to discredit me. It feels like a coordinated effort to silence me and shift the blame, rather than help find my boy. In the earlier days of searching for Sebastian, I entered into a relationship with Michaela Cleveland. I was broken and grieving, and she seemed to offer comfort, but her intentions weren't genuine. In early May, while staying at my apartment, Michaela sent confidential CPS reports, documents concerning my son's safety, without my knowledge. She later teamed up with Austin Trevor Sweet, aka T-Rev, and together they used those stolen reports as leverage to control me. They even threatened to release those private documents publicly. The way Michaela, T-Rev, and their group of creators, people like Barbecue Lady, Granny's Watching, Queen Bee, and JLR, exploited my pain for their gain and is nothing short of cruel. The attacks against me haven't just stayed online. They followed me to work, where I serve as deputy at Davidson County Jail. Barbecue Lady, along with others like Granny's Watching, Queen Bee, and Illuminati, have spread rumors that I am involved in red rum of a child and that I'm a pedo. These lies have put my life in danger at work. I work in a maximum security section of the jail, and if word gets out about these false accusations, I know I could be stabbed or unalived by inmates. Trude even accused one of my coworkers of being under investigation for time card fraud, trying to stir up trouble in my workplace. These attacks aren't random. They're part of a coordinated effort to ruin my life and to make it impossible for me to do my job safely. I've long suspected that Katie and Chris Proudfoot are hiding something about Sebastian's disappearance. Their refusal to help and their cold behavior only makes me more certain of it. Early on, Stephanie Jo Trude came to me in person offering to help, but after she met with the Proudfoots, her behavior changed. It's like she switched sides, and her attacks on me and those helping me became much more aggressive. This makes me wonder what exactly was discussed during this meeting. In addition to the Proudfoots, there's a whole group of online creators who have made it their mission to destroy my life. People like Ricky Smith, Illuminati, Steve Fisher from SF Investigates, and Stephen Crabtree have used their platforms to spread lies about me, calling me a child unaliver and a pedo. These are dangerous accusations, and they've taken a toll on me both personally and professionally. Stephen Crabtree didn't even have a YouTube channel before my son went missing. He created his channel specifically to capitalize on my tragedy, aligning himself with Illuminati and others in this online group. This gang of creators has turned my pain into their entertainment and profit. To make matters worse, the Proudfoots recently posed for a photo with Ricky and Steven, smiling as if they were all in on some kind of sick joke. They pretended to search for Sebastian, but their actions felt more like mockery than genuine effort. A true and correct copy of this photo, taken on or around September 29th, 2024, depicting Katie and Chris Proudfoot alongside Illuminati, her spouse or romantic partner, and Steve Fisher, SF Investigates, is attached here too as Exhibit 1 and incorporated by reference herein. The threats haven't stopped. I've been told by people connected to the Proudfoots that there will be consequences for anyone who speaks out against them. Chris even told my ex-wife that if I open my mouth about what I knew, quote, it won't ever open again, end quote. It feels like they're using their power and connections to silence me, and I don't know how much longer I can fight this battle on my own. Your Honor, I'm just a father trying to find my son. I've been betrayed by people I thought I could trust, and I'm fighting against a coordinated group of individuals who seem more interested in destroying me than helping find my boy. I don't have the resources or the power that these people do, but I do have a father's love for his son, and that's what keeps me going. Every second that ticks by, my son's life hangs in the balance. If he's still out there, every day that passes without finding him could mean the difference between life and death. And I can't help but feel like the Proudfoots and these online creators are helping time run out on him. Their silence, their lies, their attacks, they're not just bystanders. They're accomplices to whatever's happening to my boy. If my son passes away out there alone, they'll have blood on their hands. The Proudfoots, the step-parents who should have helped, they've turned into silencers. The in-laws, the ones who could have supported me, have turned into outlaws. And these online creators, they've gone from telling stories to being unalivers in their own way. They're destroying my family bit by bit, and it's time for this to end. I am exhausted. I am heartbroken, and I just want someone to listen and help me bring my son home. This is my truth, and I hope you understand how much I need your help to find Sebastian and hold those responsible accountable. I am fully prepared to testify under oath and provide detailed accounts of these organized and sustained attacks, including the incitement of harassment and violence, the continuous threats to my life, and the severe emotional and professional harm I have endured as a direct result of their actions. I, Seth Rogers, swear and affirm and verify under penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States of America, 28 U.S.C. 1746, relating to unsworn declarations under penalty of perjury. This sworn declaration is dated for October 15th, 2024, and is signed by Seth Rogers. Now, there's a lot of useful and very interesting information in this document, and it basically goes over all of the grievances that Seth has had. He's definitely opening up more about what has really been going on here. And I do believe that he gave his best efforts at trying to work with Chris and Katie Proudfoot. However, they decided that they were going to take a different path than him. And this is stated in the interview with Illuminati. Now, I have had my own suspicions from the very beginning about what was really going on behind the scenes with the parents. And it seems to me that based on this document, that there was a lot more than meets the eye. Based on my personal observations of this document and all of the research that I've done using interviews from Seth Rogers, Chris and Katie Proudfoot, their own words is what I'm going off of when I'm deciding or deciphering what I believe to be the truth and what I believe to be lies. The way I see it, Chris and Katie definitely know more than what they're letting on. Law enforcement knows a lot more than what they're letting on. And it's just a matter of getting the evidence together. Many times, the FBI will not speak with local law enforcement if they are not on the same page. And I really believe that that is what is going on in this case. When Nick the Hat first came on the scene of Sebastian Rogers' case, he made it very clear to all of his subscribers that they are there for Sebastian, they are there to find Sebastian, and that no one was to speak of the parents in the case because they wanted to do their own research and they wanted to see if the Proudfeet would play along and do the right thing. But just like we saw before, they are unwilling to do the right thing by Sebastian and come together to find.
Hi there. Would you like to receive a gift? I'm a missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ of
this young man. Now, with all of the information that's coming out with this enormous RICO filing, I am going to do a part 3 on this. I didn't even think it would be a part 2, to be honest with you, because of the fact that I thought that this would be dropped and it wouldn't have gone this far. I did read the entire file, and I also read through all of the exhibits, so I will be including those in the next video. But for today, I just wanted to get through everything going on with Bullhorn Betty. She is due back in court. And in my opinion, I do believe that this has gone way too far. I think it's taking away from true victims of domestic violence in the court system. And I think it is a gross misuse of the system. As I said before, and I was pleased to hear Seth echo this sentiment, that I believe that Sebastian needed a restraining order against Chris. I also believe that there should have been protection orders issued to Seth's mother for the harassment and to his sister and any other woman that Chris came in contact with who he threatened. I believe that they all deserve to have protection orders against Chris. It is very common to see victims scared to come forward. It is also very common to see community members turn the other cheek and act like they didn't see or hear what they actually saw or heard because they too are afraid to come forward. When we're dealing with narcissistic personalities, we often see flying monkeys who are people that are willing to stand behind and do the dirty work of the narcissist and essentially help them make other people's lives miserable. And I believe that this is the reason why Seth has chosen, along with his team, to file this RICO Act in federal court. One major takeaway I have to give you from this entire video as a creator is that I don't believe that it is worth the drama that some of these channels are getting themselves into. At the end of the day, we need to keep it about Sebastian and about finding him although it's very hard to know what side of right to be on when there's so much information and so much going on. But I do think it is very important to remember what happened in the past. And I say that not to stay in the past, but to keep in mind the entire picture and what has happened throughout this entire investigation from the moment that Sebastian went missing until present day. Now that it's been confirmed that there was a lot of false hope surrounding everyone coming together to find this young man, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, I can only recommend and urge people to keep praying, stay the course, and remember that the hate stops with you. You have the power and the control not to hate or spread hate to anyone, anywhere. And I'll do my best to be an example. All we can do is our best, and we need to bring Sebastian home.
What is it for the second fucking time?
It's fucking raw, Chef.
That's right, it's fucking raw. Center. No. Yes, yes. Is that raw? It can still fly. Hey, lady. Raw as stone cold. It's raw. Every fucking bit. Just to the naked eye, what is that? Here. Raw.
Okay, guys. So that's right, Faye. Justice for Sebastian and Faye and Sebastian and Seth. Absolutely. Yes, that's right. We're Sebastian's army, the real Me Too. And to be honest, Betty should have been able to get a restraining order against them, but obviously they go both ways. So that's probably why she wasn't able, or why they didn't. But yeah, Terry was definitely following her, and that's unacceptable behavior, especially from someone who's just trying to spread awareness in a missing child's case. Well, guys, I think that's going to get us up to speed on Betty's court case, suing Lisa Byington, Eric Craddock, the Bower Sox, and the Proud Feet. So we'll just keep on trucking along. I'm still working on getting Pascal's interview with Seth out. We're going back to the beginning and going over some of Seth's interviews, of course, because we've gone over Chris and Katie so many times. And I think it's important to remember what he was saying back then as well, and what he was doing, and how this situation has progressed. We do know that that's right, go Betty, go. And we do know that there were umpteenth amount of threats going on. So many people were threatened, so many people pulled over to the quote unquote dark side. So I was glad to be able to share some of what was said in the RICO on Seth's behalf. And I do agree with you, Rosebud. I saw your comment earlier. I think that if they would have stuck to just, Seth, and then also more of just the facts, if they would have presented exhibits showing that, there was large amounts exchanged in money, that would have been a big red flag to the courts as well. But unfortunately, it was very lengthy and not as effective or impactful as we would have hoped. You really have to illustrate things for the court and spoon feed them, because it's your duty to do so when you initiate something like that. Yeah, Detroit says the major reason I will never give up on finding Sebastian is that what happened to us as a family when my granddaughter was taken. It tore us apart. Aw, Detroit. And I never gave up hope. 5 years was horrible. Detroit, I'm so sorry. And I think there are so many pieces to Sebastian's case that so many people can relate to. And sometimes it's so difficult to imagine that it was all upon his shoulders. It was all on Sebastian, and the family was going through so much. Oh, Detroit. My goodness, And it is any time apart, and when you're torn apart from your family. Oh my gosh, that's just devastating. Thank you, Bo. Thank you so much. Aw. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lori. Aw, you guys are so sweet. I love you guys. I hope Betty has a chance to put on Katie on the stand to ask some questions. That's a big one, Faye. That is a big hope that I have as well. You know? Detroit. We got her back, and now she's graduating with scholarships and not going to second biggest art, or and now going to the second biggest art school in the US. Oh my gosh, that is so amazing. Oh, I love that. Art is such a great medium, and I'm sure it was so difficult for her being away from you all too. That's it's just so difficult all around, and it's sad that the kids have to deal with it as well. It's, in my opinion, definitely not the answer to yank the kids away or do anything like that. It's very traumatic for everyone, and it just it creates very deep scars that take so long to heal. But I'm so glad that she's doing so well, Detroit, and you have to be so proud, and tell her Lady Freedom's proud of her too. That's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, it sure is. So, yeah. And there's always that silver lining, right? There's always the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's so important to remember that and just to keep going and to keep up that hope. That is such a strong message and something that we all need to be reminded of, So, oh, that's so fantastic, Detroit. Ah, that's wonderful. Well, guys, I am going to get off here because I've been on live for a long time tonight. I didn't think I'd be on as long, but I know we had a lot to go over. And I hope you guys will join me tomorrow night, especially. Um, because I might not do a day live. I'm gonna try to maybe hop on really quick. But tomorrow night is going to be really special night court where we're going to discuss this book that is out, and it's called Villain Syndrome. And I'm so excited to have the author on with us. Jennifer Aaron will be joining us. So definitely go check out my short. I'm going to be creating a video for that as well. And I just can't wait to present that with her and have you guys be a part of it, because I know so many of you have been through similar situations, or maybe we might know someone that we love and care about that has gone through it and or is going through it. And whenever we have someone who is so strong and talented and resilient and brave to share their story, I'm just all for it always. So join me for a special live tomorrow night. I'm so excited to have our special guest. And of course, I will see you guys all next time. Thank you guys so much. I love you all too so much. Thanks, Detroit. Thank you, Faye and Bo. Thank you guys. Thank you, Lori. Good night, the real me too. Good night, guys. And thank you so much for chatting, Liberty. And make sure I'll get all of our chatters, little Miss Sharon, all of our end of the night chatters. All right, guys, you guys are absolutely amazing. I love you guys a lot. Have a great rest of your night, and love Mama Love too. Good night, guys.